Drive until the break of dawn, rounding out. I'm on a mission, riding out. Whatever it is I gotta do, riding out. Until the day I meet you, I'm riding out. I look up in the skies, asking out a while. But never let it faze me, I'm keeping good vibes. When I'm on the road, watch out for all surprises. What it provides is good and bad, but nothing entices.
Another one day in the night, let me paint the view. Color down with my light. For every moment share with you, not out in the day. Side to side for good luck, For the nights like this, put your hands up. Love the moment even from dusk, yo. You always got my back, and of course I got your back. Don't you worry about that now. It's been a good day, good night. It's gonna be a good day, good night. Nothing comes between us, dancing like ballerinas under the moonlight all night long. How these plain and simple scenes get painted so vividly by you. I just wanna stay with you. Around the world is only dance, whenever our eyes meet. You know you leave me in a trance. It means everything to me looking down below. Somehow you make me feel invisible, power to my soul, yeah. I'm not easy things that used to bother me, cause your existence just lights me up, yeah. You always got my back, and of course I got your back, don't you worry about that now. It's been a good day, good night, it's gonna be a good day, good night. Within the inner heart I plead for you to talk to me. I wanna hear all the good and bad, new stories you have. As I drift across the sky,
Y'all thought I had bought the farm. No such luck. Hey everybody, it is HM Rising, and we are back for another game rankings stream. This is not live, this is pre-recorded, and unfortunately due to circumstances well outside of my control and multiple consequences and circumstances at that, this is just unfortunately or fortunately the format that I have to go for to do one of these. I don't know when this is going to be published. I'll be honest with you, it is after New Year's Eve 2024, so we'll see whenever this gets published. But again, for those of you who were perhaps interested in a live stream, unfortunately that's just not going to happen, like I said, this year. So we'll just have to go with what we have here, which is again a pre-recorded video. Yeah, that's really kind of just how it is from the administrative perspective rather. So moving to and on some level that is actually kind of a good thing too, because I'll be less distracted and kind of hopefully be a little bit more focused and honed in on actually reviewing the games as opposed to, you know, sometimes getting easily distracted by silly things. Although I do miss talking with a lot of you, but unfortunately, like I said, that's just how it is. So looking back kind of at the year 2024 in games, pretty unremarkable in all honesty. There weren't really any games that I thought were standouts, but similarly, there weren't any stinkers either. Honestly, it was just more of the same from the most recent previous years. You know, a ton of remakes and definitive editions and remasters and all that. And I'm not much of a kind of a hypocrite because I played a handful of them, as we'll see through the rankings here tonight. But that is just how it is. A lot of other slop that I just don't really care about, things like Marvel Rivals, the Indiana Jones game, which I just don't even get because who was clamoring for an Indiana Jones game? I have no idea. That was like a very Gen X-y, younger boomer thing. Not even my generation really cared about Indiana Jones. So some of these bigger AAA titles, I'm not really sure who they're meant to appeal to, but it is what it is. And as always, with each passing year, I end up watching the stupid Game Awards when I shouldn't, because it is, like I have said in years past, a giant advertisement campaign for multiple, usually big studios and their future releases. And on top of that, the gamers, and I'll get into gamers in a little bit here as well, they don't have a whole lot of say in what they actually think is the game of the year, right? I'll say it's very telling to me that Astro fucking Bot, of all things, won game of the year. Now, in truth, I did not play it. It's a platformer, which I'll admit I'm partial to, but my understanding of Astrobot, it was largely a magnum opus, so to speak, of a lot of the Sony titles, which I've said what I've said about Sony before, and I still maintain to it. And maybe it is a good or decent game, but the truth is that kind of just shows how much the industry is really lacking in wanting to do something new. And I've talked about a lot of these things in years past, and it is what it is. Just innovation just doesn't really matter in gaming anymore because it's too risky. It's too risky from a business perspective for any studio, small or large, to try to do something a little different, not getting the bean counters to be happy with the sales that they make, or in this case do not make, and end up bankrupting the company, right? And that's actually kind of something we saw with Hi-Fi Rush, of all games, largely under the aegis of Microsoft. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a little bit here, so I'll hold what I want to say about that. But I just don't really know at this point. A lot of this stuff that's coming out, like I said, is slop. It's not particularly good, and it's not horrible either. But it's very paint by colors, focus group approved shit like that. So I'll keep playing for now. But if it wasn't obvious, my enthusiasm is just as years have gone by. So that's my little spiel, my little soapbox thing. So I just do want to talk about a couple things. I have actually a list here, just a couple bullet points from things from this past year, 2024, that I wanted to talk about. And some of this stuff is over a year old or thereabouts, but I just wanted to talk about them. At one point, I think earlier in the year, there were a lot of rumors about Microsoft becoming or moving to being a publisher only, and there was a flurry of game journalists and everybody, it's definitely happening. A source familiar with this, what do they say? It's always the same stupid phrase. A source familiar with the ongoings reported that the bigwigs at Microsoft. And it's the same old shit. I'm not going to say their names here because I'm sure I might get some of their little followers to come in and try to cancel me or whatever. But there's a lot of these guys, usually men, these journalists who are always rubbing shoulder with these big game companies, and they make up a lot of shit to get clickbait. And it's really old, and it's really obvious once you've seen it multiple times what is bullshit and what's, again, just meant to generate clicks and revenue. So that was that. I have to talk about the Sweet Baby stuff because that was a big thing in the early mid-year. So the Sweet Baby stuff is hilarious to me because unfortunately that is the reality we live in. I don't claim to be an expert, and I didn't really even follow that the whole drama with that all that closely, but if gaming is going to become this big mainstream thing where everybody and their brother and sister are gaming, unfortunately you're going to draw in these basically sham companies who are going to, in probably one way and more ways than others, destroy or ruin the actual product or the games, right? And so shit like Sweet Baby, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's just like good riddance to some degree because gamers asked for this. Maybe not directly, but a lot of the gamers did not. Now, for some of these older, hardened gamers like myself, I never wanted this crap. And so, maybe I'm being a little bit too punishing or a little bit too like throwing my hands up and saying whatever. But at the same time, what do you want me to say? I mean, let's be honest here. The majority of the modern gamer did not play video games in any meaningful capacity before the pandemic. Okay, let's just get that lie over. The whole I played Nintendo 64 once when I was a kid, so I'm the retro gamer. No, you're not. No, you're not. Okay, we need to get past this lie, but we're not. We're just not as a society. So I don't know what else you want me to say. Unfortunately, those type of people make up more of the gaming community than the people who've been playing for a much longer time and for more seriously as opposed to more casually. I don't even necessarily mean hardcore, but just somewhere between casual and hardcore, right? That's just how it is. I'm not agreeing with anything that Sweet Baby done in the games that they've ruined. I do care, but I mean, that's just how it ends up being. So not much else really to say about that. That's been talked and done to death. So moving on. In a similar vein, it takes no, you don't have to look further than the Fallout TV show or Netflix series, whatever the fuck it was, Amazon I think it was, to see just how normalized everything is now, right? I mean, for fuck's sake, there were Fortnite characters or skins or whatever, there were Fallout characters or skins in Fortnite. If that doesn't tell you how much that series has jumped the shark, I just don't know what to tell you. That said, the Fallout TV show, I thought was a huge disappointment. And I'm sure I'll have an army possibly of Redditors coming in and say, oh, how could you say blah, blah, it was the best video game app. No, it really wasn't. It really was not. Now, was it bad? No, it was not bad. I sort of enjoyed it for the time that I watched it. But the thing is, and this could be a whole nother video, all that series was just big on the visual references, right? All it was, oh, here's a pan. We're going to pan to sugar bombs. Oh, remember sugar bombs? Remember stim packs? Remember, super mutants? Remember all this stuff? But it could easily have just been copy pasted with some other bullshit post-apocalyptic story, and you would have just had that same show. It just had the Fallout window dressing to make it seem like it was interesting. And there's also a ton of other dumb shit that just was never in the original lore or canon that I just don't understand the point of. Like the whole thing with the ghouls being the serum or whatever they have to do to stay alive. I just didn't like it. Some of the other things, just again running through my notes here. Censorship is still a problem. I have a note here of the Lara Croft pinup posters. I think that was in the 1 through 3 remastered. At some point, the company that was in charge of doing the remaster had either removed them or something, and then they were re-added. It was totally inadvertent. Okay, sure. Stellar Blade was another great example. That was a whole bait and switch. How the game, I think I didn't play it. I do have a copy of it. I just haven't played it because I don't have a PlayStation 5. I'll wait till it comes to PC. But how I think it was like the developers were trying to make this stand, or Sony or somebody, we're not going to censor the game, blah blah blah, and we got all this goodwill from Twitter and social media, and what ends up happening? Oh, surprise, they did upon release did end up having some level of censorship. So that's another thing that's ongoing in games. On the topic of Sony and PlayStation, the Helldivers 2 fiasco was insane and funny at the same time, but that's, try to find a company that doesn't shoot themselves in the foot as much as Sony. Microsoft tries, but they are a little bit better run. And speaking of Microsoft, as I mentioned earlier, with the Hi-Fi Rush studio being shut down, now that was another really funny fucking thing because, you get all these people who get very upset on Twitter. Oh, they're shutting down the small studios. Oh, small studios are the backbone of the gaming industry. How can Microsoft shut them down? And yet, these are the same people who are still buying, the Call of Duties, the Fortnite and Fortnite skins, Soider Man, all this AAA garbage that is very antithetical to the small studios. So if you're going to sit here and make this big spiel about how Microsoft is evil for shutting down the Hi-Fi Rush studio, show me the receipt. Show me the receipt you have of actually buying Hi-Fi Rush. And let me not even beyond that, let me see you actually played it more than like an hour or two. So, that was a whole thing. I honestly thought that was kind of astroturfed. That was just basically a lot of the Sony Pony concern trolls on Twitter signal boosting, thanking that it wasn't their shitty multi-billion-dollar company making the negative headlines that particular week, right? Oh, it's the other guys this time. So I mean that was funny in itself to some degree. A couple of the minor things. Alan Wake 2, I talked about this in the previous game ranking stream, which was Remedy, the developer for Alan Wake 2, went back on their grandstanding about not wanting to create hard or physical copies for Alan Wake 2. Well, guess what? They have pre-orders for them now, I think. Or actually, they might even be out by now. I'm not sure. But, excuse me, my point being is this is all, it's all a lie. It's all a lie to basically nickel and dime the customer, right? And they were still charging, I think, $70 in full for the game. So nobody is honest anymore. Can't say anything about, can't go without 2024 without talking about a little bit about Concord. I honestly don't really care. As much as I love to see Sony eat shit, the dogpiling was a little much for me. It was a bad game. It looked stupid, and it was stupid, and it failed, and that's really about it. Now, the fact that Sony wanted it to be supposedly this giant, multiverse whatever is insane to me, but I don't know even how much of that's true. I would never play garbage like that, but it is what it is. Lastly, Annapurna, and I've talked about them in streams past. They're a big movie studio who in recent years has moved into creating games. They had a lot of resignations somewhere towards the end of the year, allegedly due to mismanagement or something like to that effect. Not really sure what that was about, but again, it just kind of goes to show that a lot of these gaming companies too are just utterly mismanaged, and I think it's bad personnel. Whether it's DEI or something else, a lot of people get placed into positions that they are not, they're not trained for, right? They're not qualified for, but for whatever reasons, whether it's nepotism, DEI, whatever, that's just how it is. So, unfortunately, gaming has to suffer like the rest of the industries, but there you go. Excuse me. So that's kind of my really quick sort of 2024 in review, at least for some of the big political headlines. I'm sure I've made an enemy or two with some of my particular opinions on it, but hey, that's just how it is. So, excuse me, I have a tickle in my throat. I do have one other thing, actually, before we get into the rankings. I made a list here of all the flavor of the month, or the FOMO games as I call it. And, to be honest, I played some of them, not for FOMO reasons, but January was Palworld. February it was Skull and Bones, Enshrouded, and Helldivers 2. March was all still Helldivers 2, Dragon Dogma 2. April saw a resurgence of the Fallout games because of the stupid TV show. May was kind of another crab's treasure for a little bit there, but then people realized how buggy and stupid that game was and dropped it pretty quick. June was the Elden Ring DLC. July, the First Descendant got quite a bit of airtime on the streaming websites, but it was dropped pretty quickly when people realized it's a long grind game, right? It's not something you just, well, you kind of can with the microtransactions, but it's not something you just pick up and immediately dominate at. Like, it does take time. August was Black Myth Wukong. September, Astrobot. October, Throne and Liberty. And then honestly, I kind of stopped watching any streaming in November and December, so I don't know what those were, nor do I really care, but I had an extensive list there. So, yeah, I mean, I know I sound jaded. I know I sound kind of misanthropic, but that's just how it is sometimes. I think that's really what I wanted to talk about for 2024, and then I'll just get into the games themselves here. I realize technically I still have a little bit of a washing out here. I messed with the lighting for probably a good 50 minutes, almost an hour, and I just could not get it to go. So unfortunately, it's just going to be a low quality stream. I will say that in the future, if I ever do stream, especially a game ranking stream in about a year or so, I'll probably have a different setup, which will be much nicer and probably closer to my older setup, which I think was pretty solid, but don't have that anymore. So I think I've kind of it's about a little bit over 20 minutes, it looks like. So let's go ahead and get started. I am going to situate my screens here, so bear with me. I don't do a whole lot of prep work before I... Actually, I do a lot of prep work. I just don't do a lot of the on-the-fly stuff because you can't prepare for that. So I'm just switching a couple of screens here. So, okay, good. We got my tier list on the left. I'll probably have to mess with it a little bit as I move things up from the bottom, unsorted mess to the tiers themselves. So let's go ahead and get started. It would not be a game ranking stream if there wasn't at least some sort of... Oop, washed out again. Can't do anything about that, sorry, but it's just how it is. It's dry January, so no hard alcohol today. We're sticking with some beer here. I think this is about 5 APV. Nope, 4, sorry. So a little bit of something, but again, it's dry January. So here's to 2024. I can drink it better, or more manly, I guess, but this damn microphone's in my way, so I can't really manipulate my arms all that well. So, okay, got my stack of games. I got my list here, so let's go ahead and get started. We have a lot to get through tonight. There's about 50-ish, no, a little more than 50, I think. Some of them I'm going to take a little bit more time, and others I probably won't say more than probably a couple sentences at most. I always like to say that these will not be spoiler free, so if you are concerned about any of the narrative games on here in particular, you'll want to avoid listening to what I say, because as much as I will try to avoid spoilers, I can't preclude from saying them entirely, and especially for some of the later games, like when I get into Metaphor, again, a very narrative-driven game, I will certainly spoil things if you haven't played it already, so be warned for that. In terms of the ranking, I say it every year, but I'll just do it as I normally do here. So we have our typical rankings, S, A, B, C, D, with the approximate star ranking. I would give it out of 5 stars. S tier basically being what I think is the best of the best. These are not usually perfect games, but they are damn near close to it. And my general approach to giving an S rank game was for something that I super enjoyed, but also something that I think another gamer who's actually plays more beyond your standard slot might enjoy, right? So if it's someone who just plays COD or Fortnite all day, they're probably not gonna, they don't really have the mind for sort of having an actual being a diverse play set. Whereas, I'm tooting my own horn. I do play a wide variety of games, but that's sort of my approach to S. And I don't take it lightly. I don't kind of just toss things in S just because I thought they were good. Like, it has to be something that really separates itself from the rest of the bunch. A tier, similar, these are just very, very good games. They might have a couple problems here or there, but something that is well worth the price of admission. And I would think most people, players would find some enjoyment out of, even if it wasn't the entire package itself. B, as in years past, again, is going to be our most populous category. I just already know, because this is just kind of everything, right? This is something that's good, not great, but good. It just sort of exists. It was worth its time, usually. Has problems or is just boring, maybe could have few or no problems, but it's boring, right? This is just kind of the standard of everything. See, we're starting to get into the territory of games where there are just too many more problems than there are good things out of it, and similarly, they're just a little bit subpar. D are just games that I consider bad, and that's really about it. They might be playable, but I just didn't enjoy them, or I might think in the inverse to S tier, just something that I don't think as many players would find as much value to. Now, I would toss a lot of the random slop into D tier, to be honest, or low C tier at best, but I do want to try to be at least as as neutral as possible when I rank these games. DLC, very self-explanatory. That's DLC. I've kind of sort of decided to now basically put all DLC in DLC category. In years past, I've kind of played with the idea that for some of the bigger DLCs that start getting into 20, 25 or more hours, they kind of are their own games to some degree, so they probably deserve their own rankings. Thing is, I don't play a whole lot of those DLCs, and those are pretty rare in general, so I just kind of have to guess it by a case-by-case basis. And lastly, the last residual category is not eligible, and that's just basically anything that didn't fit above, or for some reason I just don't want to rank. This year, I'll just kind of spoiler, it's for some older games that I had played to just basically finish off for achievements mostly. So that's going to be at our very, very end. So yeah, that's really about it. It's going to be a bell curve, just how it is. I have a general idea where most of these games where I'm gonna rank them. I don't know where I'm gonna rank them because I'm doing this kind of ad hoc, but it's going to be as having played some 55-ish games this year. I mean, I can already tell you that most of them were okay or good, with fewer being really, really good or really, really bad. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Here we go. Oh, of course, too. If I decide to give a game of the year ranking, and of course I'll have to be to a 2024 game, I would say more than half of these games did not come out this past year. But I like to rank them because if I'd streamed them, I would have ranked them anyway. So it's just kind of a fun little thing for me and for some of y'all to kind of enjoy. So anyway, without further ado, let's get into the bulk of the stream here. So right off the bat, we have NieR Reincarnation. I think this is now at least the second, maybe the third year I've ranked this game, because it is a mobile game that has been running for about that same time. As I recall, in late January of 2024, the game, or would have been Square Enix, they announced the game had its end of service. It would be coming up in April. And at that point, it just completely took the breeze out of its proverbial sales, or like all gotchas, really. And I think sometime around in February, my BlueStacks instance that I used to play the game just refused to play the game for whatever reason. despite I had my extensive troubleshooting to get it to work. So I just dropped it. And so that's really about it. I'm going to rank it based on cumulatively because the game's dead now. A NieR Gacha was fun for a while. It's a fun little experiment for about 3 years or so. I think it was closer to like 2.5. But either way, as much 2B hentai is made, NieR is still a very niche series. And they, despite having a Persona 5, Dragon Quest, and I think even like a Final Fantasy collab, if I remember correctly, it was never particularly all that interesting. Some of the side stories were added a little bit of flavor to the NieR world, but I don't think it was really all that great. I didn't enjoy the combat at all. It was largely auto combat, and that does nothing for me. But again, I can't say I had a bad time with it, and I did kind of get a little bit of some enjoyment out of it because of the fact it is the NieR series, which I do enjoy. So, I mean, for me, this is like bottom-ish B tier. It was a gotcha too, which kind of hurts it as well, but that's how it is. So for me, probably like a B minus overall for that. The lifestyle? No, the the life of the game, we'll just say. Life cycle. All right, moving in now to our actual games here. We have first on deck Atomic Heart. This came out in 2023, and I think I said in the previous game ranking stream that this was a game that I really wanted to play that year, but I had not got around to because the fact is it released in a really, really buggy state from what I understand, and that made me scared enough to not want to play it. Well, about a year later, the developers released enough patches to make it stable enough, and so I jumped into it. The game opens with a boat sequence and a subsequent tour of the city that reminded me, and in many ways may have been a straight homage to BioShock Infinite. So already I'm thinking, okay, we're in good company. BioShock Infinite was a little bit overrated, but at least we're in the BioShock family. So okay, I kind of like what's going on here. The main character, P3, that's him here, right? God, that's so bad. P3 right here, he tours the city in this kind of like little theme park-esque manner, at which hints basically at what you're kind of going to be expected, or what you can expect during the later parts of the game. And then shit goes south pretty quickly, and we're tossed into the world of Atomic Heart. And within the first hour or two, we're treated some really good music and impressive graphics that really showcased even what the Xbox Series X, which is basically an underpowered PC, could output. So I enjoyed it. The intro really was heavy on the Russian propaganda, which I couldn't tell was either done in earnest or considering the fact that the developers were actually Russian, or maybe it was done partially in cheek, or maybe the American dubbing or the American voice actors were doing as like a subtle mocking of the script. I don't know, but whatever the point is that this Russian nationalism that was very heavy in the game was different, and I actually enjoyed it. It was better than sort of like the sterile browbeating and other bullshit we get from like the Western developers. So, I'm not necessarily a Russophile or whatever, but like I enjoyed it. And considering that this game takes place in like a retro-futuristic Russia, it was a little bit jarring to hear and see much of the iconography and the voice actors speaking American English, and usually pretty well at that. There's even I even remember there were even some dead characters that had like American Southern accents, which just really made no sense, but whatever. It was, I guess I would have preferred if there was an option. I mean, it reminded me a lot of the Metro series, but I wish there really was an option to play with the Russian voice acting, because it just would, I think, worked better thematically. But that said, I do think the American voice actors did perform pretty well otherwise, and even if they weren't always, saying the marvels of communism, I think they would have been otherwise praised for their performances. But P3's voice actor in particular, P3 is meant to be like a gullible character, just like Just like, oh god, what's his name from BioShock? I can't believe I have to do this. Give me a sec here. I'm going to bring this up over here. BioShock, not John. Main character name. How can I get Jack? Yes, of course, Jack. God. Where was I saying? Oh, there's a certain level of gullibility that I think that was meant to be in the character, but was undermined by his voice actor. But it's kind of fun sometimes playing as a dumb musclehead who usually does get his comeuppance later. As for the gameplay, yeah, I mean, even after a month, or almost a year after the game was released, there were still quite a amount of bugs. I had a few hard crashes, definitely graphical stuff. Biggest problem with the audio glitches. P3 would repeat lines sometimes, just unprompted, and audio files would just not load at all, and characters would just have conversations with themselves, or no one in particular. And this happened more than once. Definitely, and it was most obvious during the long elevator sequences, which were basically hiding the loading screens. The achievements were buggy, if you know that sort of thing, but I did get them to work over time. But that said, I do think the audio overall had a really underrated sound design. There was a whole fun host of Slavic music, ranging from like modern electronic music to like straight up like 18th or 19th century folk songs. And I even think I heard the Trolololololo song at one point, which was kind of a nice blast from the past. So as for the gameplay itself, I mean, the way it plays is has a fairly large semi-open world hub, and there's kind of these sub-regions which act as dungeons, which I think is fine for this game. I'm usually okay with invisible walls in the open worlds, but I'm not okay when there's really no way to get from one place to another in a convenient fashion. And I don't know how that would have worked in this game, whether or not there had to have been some sort of fast travel system or whatever, but either way, I mean, the game pushes you basically on a pretty linear path, and by the time you get to the end game, if you missed something or wanted to go back to something earlier in the game, it's a pain in the ass to get back to, and you basically have to get in this shitty little jalopy while getting pummeled by all the robots who want to see you dead. So, you know, I there were some design problems with that, but I will say that I played it on the hardest difficulty. I think it was Armageddon, if I recall, and this is just one of those games that again, BioShock being another great example, Witcher 3's Death March difficulty, extreme on Greedfall. It's one of these games where it's extremely punishing at first, and it really makes you consider in the first couple hours, oh shit, should I have done an easier difficulty? But no, what happens is you get better over time. You recognize the enemy attack patterns and such. You become better. You develop a good offense and defense balance, and by the time the mid game rolls around, you feel capable but not underpowered, and you feel like you're ready to tackle a lot of the bigger challenges that the game throws at you. And they're challenging just enough to test all the skills you've honed, and so you are being pushed, but you're not being pushed too hard. So there is a level of progression, which I did enjoy in this a lot. And also I ended up with a surplus of healing items, so it really was kind of trivial to some degree. As for the story, kind of wrapping up here with this game, because I spent a lot of time on it, but it was worth it. The story was acceptable. In the first half of the game, it's kind of another paint by numbers with a little bit of craziness here and there, but otherwise serviceable. And by the last third of the game, Atomic Heart commits one of my cardinal sins, and that is it starts telling you the story instead of showing it or playing it, right? P3 and Charles is basically his like AI glove, literal hand glove. They would just start talking and musing about the plot goings on, and a little too much philosophical drivel here and there. And while I could tell that the developers try to time these during periods of downtime, it didn't really pan out, because often a lot of times it was these these moments that they were trying to develop the plot were interrupted by combat, and you would try to not die. And so by the time you were just like, what the hell did they say? I wasn't able to really fully pay attention. That said, I talked about Charles and P3. Most of the other characters were pretty good. Obviously, the twins were pretty popular for a while there. They are fine, I guess. They're pretty hard to fight, especially on the harder difficulties. But I feel like I'm focusing too much on the detail of the game itself. So what I mean to say ultimately with Atomic Heart is what we have here is basically what I think is a pretty damn solid action first-person shooter with some minor RPG elements and in a unique setting, slightly undermined by the lackluster story, but good audio when it worked, and I enjoyed the visuals a lot. This is clearly a Russian homage to BioShock some 15 or 16 years later. And ultimately, though, I had a lot of fun with this, which is pretty fucking important for a video game. So I'm going to give this one high marks, but with just obviously a little warning or caveat before anybody would necessarily dive in on this. Most of the game, I mean, to be honest, I thought ranged between very good to great, and there were a few moments which were amazing, and then a couple that were not so good. So for me, this is definitely A tier, just missing out a little bit on S tier, but really solid. Love the base game, Atomic Heart. I'm also retroactively naming it my 2023 game of the year. I don't give a fuck. It's my stream. I'll do what I want. So this is my 2023 game of the year, Atomic Heart. Okay. All right. Now we're going to move into the DLC for Atomic Heart. The first one was Annihilation Instinct. Mundfish, the developer, promised, I think, 4 DLCs, and to date we've received 2, and I've played 2, with the third coming in at the end of January 2025, I believe. The first one I didn't really like. I burnt out. Honestly, was probably a little burnt out from the base game Atomic Heart, because I probably spent about 35 hours in it, and then and over the course of, because I didn't marathon it, but I played it quite a bit, and I think it was over about 6 or 7 days, so by the time I got into the DLC, I was a little burnt out. It just felt unnecessary. The story was confusing. It takes place after one of the possible endings from the first game, or from the base game rather. So if you didn't pick that ending, you have no frame of reference, and that's kind of a problem. I did end up seeing both endings in the base game, but if for other players who might not have got that, it's just, I don't know. What am I saying about this? There was something about Nora, about her, right? Yeah, so Nora I'm not going to say anything about her. You can look her up if you want. She was the obvious but unnecessary choice to be kind of the central character for this DLC. If you didn't really care about her, you're not going to really care about this DLC. The gameplay involved like exploring this moderately sized map and fighting these increasingly large hordes of enemies, eight times each, and so it just became boring and repetitive after like the second or third time. The bosses, the mid-boss and final boss, were just awful and unfun, and even on like the lowest, or no, on the whatever local malfunction, I think that was the normal difficulty, it needed tuning because the bosses just did way too much damage. And my whole kind of school of thought with DLC in general, especially story-based ones, is if I feel like they're tacked on or tell a story that doesn't really need to be told, I just don't really care all that much. There's a lot of superficial Easter eggs and references to other games and media in this one. I remember there being one for Blade Runner, that overrated steaming pile of shit, The Last of Us, and I think Untitled Goose Game. Just those are the ones I remember off the top of my head. But I can't be asked to remember them. But I didn't really like it. It wasn't bad, but not a whole lot for me. But DLC, it goes. Okay. The second DLC for Atomic Heart, Trapped in Limbo. I told you just a moment ago I wasn't big on Annihilation Instinct, and I straight up hated this one. Bizarrely, too, for me, was when this launched, it didn't have any support for achievements or trophies, which was kind of good because I hated it. And so I didn't really want to do like some of the extra stuff that you might have to do to complete those those to unlock the trophy or achievement. Well, weirdly, 3 months later, the support was released, so I had to play this garbage twice. The thing with this one is it's heavily inspired by Counter-Strike Surf, right? And I don't give a shit about that because I never played Counter-Strike after the first. Yeah. No, I didn't. Yeah, I've only played the first Counter-Strike. And so I just don't care about sliding, and I take no pleasure or hyperbole in this, but the surf shit is some of the worst stuff I've ever played in a game. And I'm excluded, but I will exclude like experimental or indie shit. I mean, also there's a certain level of art, like an art form in terms of keeping file sizes manageable. This garbage was like 60 gigabytes. I don't get it. Whatever. Awful. I would definitely put this in D if it was longer, but man, it was bad. Oh, I should also mention it takes place after it's of the base game. It's one of the other two endings, whereas Annihilation takes upon the other ending. I think the third DLC is going to be its own new story, but I don't know that for a fact. So, yeah. Okay. Moving on, we have Close to the Sun. Also, swimming in the wake of BioShock, we have Close to the Sun, which is a walking simulator that cribs on BioShock's style down to the in-game advertisements and the font that they use. Now, normally I have a pretty good idea about games being released, even if I don't play them, but this one apparently slipped by me, and I hadn't known about it because it's definitely a couple years old. Let's take a look here. I want to say it came out in 2019, Close to the Sun. Yeah, it was 2019, and it slipped by me, but until it was released on Game Pass, and so naturally, instead of getting it free on Game Pass, I did myself what I normally do and buy myself an actual physical copy for $15, I think it was. The game itself isn't really that interesting or exciting. It does the whole, we made this amazing scientific discovery that now opens us to time travel and shit, and with more of a focus on Nikola Tesla as this game's kind of good version of Andrew Ryan and electricity acting as like the plasmids. It even has a Atlas or Frank Fontaine in the form of a girl named Aubrey, who is our course remote and double-crossing navigator, right? She's the one who's supposed to help you get through, I think it's an ocean liner or some shit, and of course in the end she ends up backstabbing you for some reason or another. But anyway, so the game starts off pretty strong. It has a lot of BioShock references, and so it's kind of a nice nod. There's some Big Daddy whale noises, but after about 30 minutes, the game makes it abundantly clear that every time you get a deceptively simple objective, like walk across this hallway, you know that the door is going to lock, or the ceiling's going to collapse, or some bullshit like that, and you're going to have to journey to another section of the ship or ocean line or whatever to bypass the obvious inconvenience. And I mentioned another cardinal sin of gaming. Another one for me is it adds useless collectibles. I'm probably one of the very few people who are defend collectibles because I believe they can be great if they're fun, if they're rewarding, expand the lore setting, or just otherwise do something other than merely exist. But here they just are there and they don't add anything whatsoever. I don't know. I mean, I did want to enjoy this one, but I just did not liking it in the end. Because even a lot of the BioShock fans who played it praised it as kind of like a budget version of BioShock. But truthfully, I mean, this one is easily skippable. There are also a handful of like cheesy jump scares that just hardened vets like me just with Nerves of Steel just don't even wince at, so I don't even get it. Couple stupid chase sequences, insta-kill chase sequences that don't really add anything either. Honestly, it just sort of fumbled the Bioshock setting. But for about 4 to 6 hours of content, it wasn't horrendous, but not really interesting either. So for me, this is kind of a low B, C tier game. Excuse me. I'll put it somewhere here. That's fine. Okay. As usual, I'm going a little bit slower than I would like, but see if I can try to make up the time here or there. Okay. Just checking something. Actually, I'm going to bump this down to C tier now that I think about it. I reserve the right to maybe bump it up, but to me, I remember it was being short and just not very good. So, okay, next up we have Cult of the Lamb, Sins of the Flesh DLC. More DLC, free DLC from the developer, just shows how much of a passion project it is for them. There's no real story or directive or guidance on how to play this DLC. So honestly, the way to play it is, in my opinion, what the trophies and achievements ask you to do. And it's basically Sin Harvest. I mean, really, the main draw of this new DLC, if you know Cult of the Lamb, you know it's a resource manager with some roguelike RPG elements. But the main draw here is the mating feature now, so you can get 2 followers. They can produce an egg, which eventually hatches into a new follower. These homegrown babies are just all around better than anything you can procure elsewhere. And they have because they have higher stats, they're more customizable and stuff. And it's funny, when I first started the DLC, my cult was about somewhere between like 12, 13, or 14 members strong. And I found that, I got to that because I found it was like the optimal population to avoid like a Malthusian catastrophe. But by the DLC's end, I was sitting at probably about almost double that amount. I think I was close to about 25, and half of those had been hatched from the eggs. Essentially, they had the new babies, the new hatched babies had supplanted the old generation. There's some added lore and histories, outfits, and other cosmetics and stuff for fun if you're into that, but I don't really care anymore. Cult of the Lamb is 2 or 3 years old now, and I got quite a number of hours out of it, and I enjoyed it for its time. But the DLC was otherwise unoffensive. I finished it in a weekend. It's crazy. I think my cult is like at day 150 or 60 or something, and it's gone through like 4 or 5 or even 6 generations of followers at this point. And it's kind of somber to look back when you log into the game, and the entire south, the entire bottom of my my little outpost is the cemetery. And so it's just all the people who were, who built the society, as it were. But, the DLC was not bad. It was good. It added some extra stuff to the base game, which is fine. But again, like I said, I'm honestly just ready to shelve this and be done with Cult of the Lamb at this point. And I just feel like at this point, any additional content or DLC is going to feel like beating a dead horse, or a lamb, I should say. So, yeah, I think it's probably definitely better than Trapped in Limbo. So, yeah. Okay, here we go. We have now another flavor of the month FOMO game. We have Palworld. So this is obviously was known as Dark Pokemon with guns or whatever. I didn't actually want to play it. There was a reason why I ended up picking it up. I think it was something superficial, like I thought the achievements were easy or some shit. I don't know. Whatever. Initially, I was pretty impressed with the amount of customizability that players could have with their game worlds. But the problem was, at least with the base game, and appreciating that as time has gone on, the developers have stabilized it largely, not perfectly, but largely. It's still in early access or game preview, whatever. But the technical problems just just got more and more problematic and heavy as the game went on. There's like a marsh area that I just remember I avoided like the plague because my character would just fall through the floor every time. I've had multiple hard crashes on this game, even recently with the DLC I'll talk about here in a moment. Hard crashes, some sporadic saving issues, especially when playing multiplayer, but I will say the game boots up pretty damn quickly, so anything that might be disruptive is usually resolved or remedied pretty quickly. There's no doubt that ultimately Palworld is very derivative of Pokemon, obviously. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom to some degree, Ark, New World to an extent as well. That said, it's funny to me because a lot of the PALs remind me of like late 90s Pokemon bootlegs. That would be like an Ice Vulpix or an Ice Ninetales or something, which apparently already exists in some of the newer games. But my point is like you'd see like the fire version of an ice character or something. Like you see what I'm saying, right? There's a handful of those in this game. I will say that excluding the DLC in terms of just the base game, there's probably only about 25 to 30 hours of like real or unique content. But it is padded out almost twice that much, if not more, if you don't tinker with some of the options, which I found honestly necessary at some points because I'm sorry, I'm not going to craft, 1,000 ingots to get to quarter through a level. It's insane, right? But returning to my actual experience with the game, the first hour or two of the game was pretty fun, and it lasted for about another 10 or 12 hours. There's a really fun semi-linear path that leads you to the first boss tower, as well as kind of the classic hamster wheel effect by unlocking upgrades and such. And once the game gets you to level 15, I think it is, you have the ability to start flying around. And at that point, the game quite literally opens up more. And so you get to see more, you get to do a little bit more, and I do, though, that. But after that, at the same time, the game shows you everything it has to offer. It's just the progression increase becomes you get bigger pals, bigger numbers, better armor, right? So after about, I want to say like hour 20, it doesn't really do anything new at all that you haven't already seen. And so it's just repetition and building upon, the layers of resources. So, you move from wood and ore to stone and wood to ore and ingots and stuff like that. So, I mean, excuse me, it has a clear progression system, which is fine, but it's derivative, it's repetitive, but not necessarily in the most egregious of ways. The multi-player aspect, I dabbled quite a bit in it, actually. It needs tuning, to be sure, and it did overall inflate the game's time, but I will say that it adds a good level of enjoyability, even if the options themselves aren't pretty good. Honestly, it's a fine, for an open beta, it's fine. I don't really know what else to say about it. This is clearly, for me, like somewhere in B tier. I'll probably maybe put a little bit above NieR. So yeah. All right, now we have a host of Palworld DLC that was released over the same year. The first one being the Bellanoir raid. There's not much really to say about this one. It featured 2 new raid bosses that are basically meant to destroy your bases when summoned. They're not like an open world raid. At least from the way I know it from MMOs, where you go to some region and there's a boss waiting for you. No, you have to summon the raid boss in your base, who destroys everything. So obviously you have to pick a little satellite location or make a new one where there's nothing to be lost. But the bosses were challenging and requiring the reagent, the slab or whatever, to summon them was a little too grindy for my taste. So you can imagine that if you fuck up at your first attempts to fight or defeat the boss, you're going to have to go back to the dungeons where the slab pieces drop. And those dungeons are not really well designed or fun to explore. So have fun in there. The content was free, so I can't really hate it, but there's not really a whole much I like about it either. It really does remind me, though, talking about like open world bosses and stuff from like the early vanilla WoW, not WoW Classic, but vanilla WoW in 2000 when I played it in 2004. God, 20 years ago. And I did play the beta for the original. Briefly played in the World of Warcraft beta, but basically what I mean to say with this content, it's content that seems basic or taken for granted now in like a modern MMO was quite revolutionary back then. So things like raid bosses in early WoW were trickled into the content or patches releases, and that's kind of the approach that Palworld is doing. So I kind of have a little bit of nostalgia on that, but that said, I mean, this wasn't particularly good either, so I'm putting this right here, I think. Yeah. I'd rather play Annihilation Instinct. So. All right. We have Palworld, the Sakurajima Island update. What I remember most about this has made the game even more buggy this time around. But I will concede that there were a lot of hot fixes that remedied the bugginess. But I don't honestly remember a whole lot from this. It added like a feudal Japan themed island with cherry blossoms and all that shit. I do remember on a personal note, I was kind of pissed off that the developers included new achievements that should have been in the base game due to their like massive cumulative nature. Things like craft 10,000 ingots or 20,000 ammo or some bullshit. And it's like I already made the lion's share of that with the 40, 50 hours I dropped in the base game and the previous DLC. Now I gotta deduplicate. I mean, fuck that. But I don't really remember much. It had a new boss or some shit, whatever. So for me, I mean, it's pretty much the same crap there with the Bellanoir raid. All right. Bringing up the rear for the Palworld DLC, we have Palworld Feybreak. This one was released basically at the last week or two of December of 2024. It combined the two previous DLCs into one. So we got both a hard raid boss and a new island to explore. And truth be told, I was just burnt out of Palworld at this point. Already by the Sakurajima, I was already burnt out. So I didn't really want to do this one. And to make it matters worse, the developers made the raid boss, the Xeno Alien or whatever the fuck it was, like way, way harder than anything else that had been released before. Like it was a huge difficulty spike. So I just didn't appreciate that. I did not explore the new island aside to defeat the new boss, human boss. I mean, there's not really much else to say. I probably put about 10 hours into it, but I also have settings that are pretty favorable to my character's development. But there's probably a good amount of content if you were to do it otherwise. I will say at the same time, though, that like all this has been free. So it's hard to complain when there's free content being added, but again, I just didn't really like it. So for me, again, DLC is just kind of getting progressively worse as I get more and more bored of Palworld. So, yep. All right. Moving on, we have Persona 3 Reload. In streams past, I talked about, actually it was the ranking stream from last year. I had played through, oh god, my stack of games fell. I had played through Persona 3 Portable, 4 and 5 Royal, I think, at minimum. So I kind of missed the boat, so to speak, on doing a whole marathon of these, although I'm thankful for that now. But I'll start off by saying Persona 3 Reload, I think, is a good game, or rather a remake, but the influence of 5 is ridiculous. I mean, the music, I think, takes a lot of stylistic choices from 5. The menu and UI follow the same bullshit that 5 did. I did not. I think 5's was over-designed no matter how much people say they liked it. There's like a baton pass mechanic. It's just insane how much it cribs off 5. And Persona 3 Reload to me felt like a mod of 5 Royal 4-3. It felt, or like a reskinned 5. I mean, it really did not have its own sort of unique formula to it, aside from the actual story. But like I said, I've talked about the Persona games in streams past. This one takes place in 2009, and by then I was, I was out of high school. But it's sort of funny to see how Atlus took the source material that reflected 2009 and that era, and in some ways kind of added a little bit of several anachronisms or things that weren't really true in that year. The most obvious one to me was that cell phones were still relatively prevalent back by 2009, but they're so commonplace in this game that's more reflective of this year, right? And literally everybody has a cell phone. That wasn't necessarily the case in 2009. On that note, too, back then, going down memory lane here from them, there's a bigger diversity of manufacturers and models in cell phones, right? There's the Motorola Razr, there were Nokias, there was the BlackBerry, the Sidekick, what else was there? Ericsson had a bunch of phones, the Chocolate, and my favorite, the Samsung Juke. But my point is that now effectively the ecosystem is a triopoly between Apple, Samsung, and Google. But in this game, basically everybody, it's more like the triopoly that we have today, with everybody having, basically one of, 9 possible models. But I know that's nitpicking, but for someone who actually who lived during that age and time period, it's supposed to reflect. It was just noticeable to see how different it was. But there are obvious problems beyond just even the nitpicking, though. When I look at the narrative, is just things just don't really make a whole lot of sense when you start nitpicking, but even just listening to what the game has to say, right? There's minor shit like Akihiko being, eating all this protein powder, yet he's ridiculously thin. I didn't ever care for Ryoji and his 180-degree turn from being a babe magnet to his "oh, woe is me" attitude. And so, I will say that in that same vein, it just seems like most of the source material, to be fair, was unchanged. Or I should say the material in this game was mostly did not change the source material, but it's not the old. But where it's not older, where context is added, there's a lot of this like Western modern vocal fry and passive aggressive upspeak that when characters speak in Atlus games, that is just for whatever reason like almost their trademark at this point. Seriously, the amount of times that characters say something like "in any case" or "let's do this" or "let's not do whatever," right? It's insane. In one case, I shit you not, I think there were probably about a dozen or more uses of "in any case" used during a segment of the game lasting probably about like 30 minutes or something, and mostly by Mitsudo. And it's just bad writing is what I mean to come down to. Speaking of about like the dialogue and the writing and such, I just want to talk briefly about Persona dialogue options. What really is the difference between answering something like "I'm all ears" versus "something on your mind" or "I'm happy to help" or "don't worry about it"? I don't know, because it all basically means the same shit, but it certainly does care because depending on your answer, you might get more or less social points. I don't understand it. It's basically just being lucky, more or less, unless you look at a guide. But on the topic of dialogue and such, some of the social links are just weird in this game. Sometime between, I remember the Emperor, right? The class president or whatever, I forgot his name is. Sometime between like rank 6 and 7 or 8 or something, he has like this complete also 180 change of heart where, despite being like a stereotypical authoritarian, or that you enable him, right? You enable him for all this time being an authoritarian, like, oh, we got to punish the students. There's a cigarette butt in the bathroom, whatever. and he has this change of heart. There's no sign of it coming, and you were just supposed to like read his mind about it. I had no idea. It's bizarre. It kind of is annoying, especially because again, it does affect your ranking with them, because you may or may not be able to get to the next rank. Romance. I mean, romance in the Persona games has always been a little awkward, and some more than others, but in this one, romance never really seemed to matter day by day. And what I mean by that is whoever you pick for your lover or lovers, because you can have multiple. And I know you could do it in Portable. I can't remember if you can do it in this one, but you can basically get away having multiple girlfriends without any repercussion. But they just, outside of their social links, they're just strictly platonic with you, right? And it breaks up sort of that like immersion, because it's like we just talked about, you just said you love me or what, or you want to be with me forever or what, some bullshit, and then you're like, let's go on a mission, right? It's this weird sort of jarring thing, where there very much feels like there's different lines of the game and they don't all kind of meld together nicely. Let's see what else. So I'm talking about kind of like the feeling of like disjointness in the game, right? There's the social aspect, the social links like talked about, and then the combat sequences, and they do feel much isolated from one another. And I get that the story kind of makes you feel like, oh, you're a student by day, and then a SEAS agent by night. But as the actual player, you're privy to these things, and it feels really disjointed in the end. And more so than what both 4 and 5 ended up doing, or I should say maybe even repairing. And one other thing I will say about the social links, overall they are pretty short, so it never feels like you're kind of inundated with being stuck with them for too long. But one of the biggest problems of Persona 3, regardless if it's Fez, the Portable, Reload, or whatever, is that the plot really only advances on full moons, which is every month. And in between then, all you really do is social link grinding and some minor storylines and subplots in between. And so the game completely runs out of steam around like September or October. And it's not until November where there's some major advancements in the story that happen and the game starts returning to form. So the downside of that is if you've been diligent in leveling the social links and your social stats, you just kind of start running out of engaging things to do, right? It kind of just becomes wasting time, quite literally. As for the game, this game itself, Reload, so what changes does Reload have from the original? The most notable thing that stuck with me was the fact that they got rid of fatigue and sickness, because that was annoying as hell in Portable especially. And I just don't think, and it's good because I just don't think those systems really work well in the modern era, and it really wasn't a well implemented mechanic to begin with. Some of the other changes, I know there was obvious changes to like Operation Babe Hunt. That was expected in today's political climate, but still, I also feel like the school trip to Kyoto was somehow changed, although I can't necessarily pinpoint what. There's a clock in Tartarus that can be used to basically power level your unused characters, which I think is very convenient and nice. It's just kind of a hand-holdiness that I just don't think is really necessary. The game itself also introduces these super attacks and theurgies, as they're called. It trivializes the combat. I mean, you get this one early on with the it's called Jack Bros, and it has Jack Frost and Pumpkin Jack, or what's the name? I can't remember. But yeah, I mean, giving a level 10 main character an almighty multi-target DPS with a high chance to down. I mean, yeah, that's definitely not going to trivialize combat. I mean, I don't know what to say, but similarly, by the mid-game, the strong shadows and the gatekeepers just really become tanks, just with massive HP pools, and really are just kind of time wasters because you can just repeatedly exploit their weaknesses never really giving them a chance to counter. And even with a suboptimal team, the theurgy skills all ignore resistances. So, and also Fuka's one is like a massive party-wide heal, which also can restore SP. Just, it never puts you in danger at all. The combat honestly begins after the first couple hours, the first couple times you journey to Tardos. It becomes completely like secondary because it's just so easy and trivial. You'll notice that I tend to focus more on the negatives when I'm ranking the reviews. I don't think Persona 3 was bad though, right? They're just the negative things tend to stick out with me more. So on that note, some of the things I do like, I always liked the once January rolls around, the sort of sepia filter, accentuating the apathy and death, the death that's going to be taking place of both during the game and the town and the townsfolk sort of. I guess it's actually really the entirety of Japan, but that they embrace. And I know it was in Portable. I don't remember if it was in Fez. I never paid Fez, so I don't know. But I do like some of the other things. There's a kind of like a minor subplot that goes on with, there's like this political intrigue with the teachers bickering and gossiping against each other. It's pretty funny, but what else can I just want to talk briefly about the voice acting. I thought Fuka's voice actor was maybe even superior than to original. She did a very good job. Junpei was pretty good. I liked Elizabeth a lot. Maiko was also very good. The ones I thought were about average, didn't seem like there was a whole lot of change from the original voice actors were Mitsuru and Ken. Ken being a shit character, so I don't care. The ones I thought were bad were Yukari. I felt that the voice actor's performance was just overall lifeless and didn't have that sort of like prissiness that Yukari's kind of traditionally been known for. I didn't like Akihiko's. I felt it was too mature. It was too deep and mature for a teenager, and also Yuko's was pretty bad, as I recall too. I think that a lot of the assets in game are reused from the Dancing series, Dancing in Moonlight, but I can't be sure of that. Either way, as I just said a few moments ago, I know a lot of what I'm saying can be construed as nitpicking, and admittedly some of it is, but I think overall it is still a pretty good remake. But if Atlas had just sort of restrained itself from injecting what I think were some unneeded modern influences, it would have been a lot better. But still pretty good game overall. It gave me probably about like 90 hours or so, which was about how long the Portable playthrough I did almost 2 years ago was. So, it's appropriate, it's fine, it's good. I'm putting this in bottom of A tier for Persona 3 Reload. Okay, the Persona 3 Reload DLC episode Aigis. I love my sister. She's such a great sister. I want to protect. Oh God, shut up. This was basically pure grinding, more and more of it, and for such little payout. I ran into a very annoying issue early on where I'm talking probably like an hour into the DLC where my entire team was inflicted with confusion and they just kept throwing yen and items away, and I could literally do nothing as this was happening. Excuse me. Well, Rising, you say, that's why you need consumables to remove. No, this was so early on in the DLC that Politania Mall hadn't even been unlocked yet. So I'm stuck there for, I shit you not, probably about like 3 to 5 minutes just watching these inept idiots just throw away all of my shit. Similarly, I think the skip button might have been broke or changed or something here, because it didn't feel like it ever actually sped up combat. It just had the cosmetic, VHS rewind effect, or fast forward effect without any functionality. So I don't know. Seriously, my biggest thing was, could I seriously have just gotten a goddamn skip button for the all-out attack animations? I probably did hundreds, if not thousands of them, and I couldn't skip the animation. I mean, I don't know what to really say about this one aside from the bitching I've done. It was $35 before taxes, and that was on top of the $70 that Atlas already asked for the base game. So for me, I mean, I probably had 15 hours out of it, but those were not 15 hours of enjoyability at all. And it was a stupid ending. Had everybody fighting each other. I never played the epilogue in Fez, so I can at least respect that Atlas tried to do the same thing. But for me, this was just not good DLC. I'm putting this. Where am I? I mean, it's DLC for sure. It's probably better than. Yeah, it goes right in between these two. Not good DLC, bad price, waste of time. So, yeah. All right. Keeping in the vein of for Persona, we have Persona 5 Tactica. Tactica. Wow, great. More Persona 5 milking by Atlas. Woohoo. Can't wait. God. The game, if the cover art's not any indication, I realize it's not showing the best. Actually, it's all right. It feels cheap and it looks cheap. Has shitty deviant art-esque artwork and an even stupider story. It's further marred by the fact that there's just some inane dialogue and drivel that last upwards of like 10 minutes or more. And that's even if you like speed read through the dialogue. And so on the topic of dialogue too, what's the point of having dialogue options when quite literally none of the choices have any discernible effects? And they don't here. You know, the gameplay itself, the story doesn't matter at all. So because the stakes feel so low. I'll talk about the story in a little bit, but the gameplay itself is sort of similar to the Fire Emblem series, or even like an XCOM ripoff, but it's not good or entertaining. Normal difficulty was like just a few hairs too easy after the first dozen or so missions, but hard and merciless were just too punishing, just requiring way too much perfection by the player, and even some luck by the enemy AI to be orientated just right on the battle screen. And I'm not even talking about easy and safe because they might as well just play themselves. But going back to the story, I mean, the story was just stupid. Stakes were so low. You know, when Irina, who's the new character, one of the new characters for this game, said she wanted to be a journalist growing up, you just know she's already awful, right? Because you don't hate journalists enough. Trust me, you think you do, but you don't. There were a few homages or callbacks to Persona 4 Shadows with Shadow Toshiro, so that was kind of cool for about 5 minutes. But the game, which puts such a centralized focus on Toshiro, is really a shame because Toshiro is lame as fuck, and to have the entire game revolve around him and his development was just a mistake. Too many exposition dumps. There's really an egregious one at the end of the game, the last like 20% of the game or so, during the Fourth Kingdom, I think it was. I mean, it's really just another Japanese childhood friends meme story, and it's like, wow, that had to be padded for like 25 hours. Thanks a lot. The personas in this game are static JPEGs, which I suppose is permissible because they're just stat sticks pretty much, but that cheapness, which I talked about earlier, just feels like it was meant to be handheld this game was meant to be a handheld or a mobile game or some shit. But another cardinal sin that this game commits, that a couple other games do too, is that the final few chapters are just boss reduxes, which to me is always a sign of padding. And you know, when I have extreme difficulty in remembering a game that does something like that well, you know it's bad design. So ultimately it just, the game feels really cheap. I don't like it even if there's some sort of reasoning for it. I don't even think they even explain why, but one playthrough of this was about 25 to 30 hours without too much skipping. You know, so for $60, it was reasonable, the price point, but the gameplay is really repetitive, and it just cannot, with the with the inane dialogue and the weak story, the bad gameplay doesn't keep it afloat. And so, this really felt like it was a 10 or 12 hour story at most, just padded out, more than doubled. And again, this was a story to me or spin-off that didn't have to be told. So, and that's devastating for a game that relies so heavily on its narrative, and a bad one at that. And also, lastly, on that note, for God's sake, Atlas, can we please just shelve Persona 5 or put it on ice for a little bit? I'm getting tired of it. So I mean, it's playable, it's polished enough, but it's not very good. To me, this is like top of C tier Persona 5 Tactica. Okay, Fox's Need to Eat. I think I reviewed this in one of the game ranking streams past. This one just had, I think, maybe 2 title updates, which were just more levels or something. They were broken upon release, but the developers did at least fix them a few days later. Really not much to say. It's a platformer, simple as they come. C tier, bottomish. It's fine. Kitten Island. This is another simple platformer with Kitten, or a kitten rather, and it's relatively easy. I think I finished the entire game in probably about an hour or less. It's $5, so hard to complain. Music wasn't too bad though, so it's definitely better than Fox's, but I mean, this is bottom B tier, I think, for me. No, it's C tier. Is it better than Close? Yeah, I'd rather play Kitten Island again. Excuse me. All right. Some of these, like I said, are going to go, the games themselves are going to go a little bit quicker. All right, next up we have Killer Frequency. Coming from Team 17, the developer most known for the Worm series, which has nothing at all to do with this game. We have a first-person mini adventure. It's not really an adventure because you're basically trapped in one room, but it's a point-and-click walking simulator. The window dressing for here, if it's not obvious, kind of based on the cover, is sort of like an 80s themed neon shit going on, but it's an 80s themed radio studio where you play as this hotshot big wig DJ who's been banished. No, what happens? I'm trying to remember. It was something like he like worked in Chicago as this like big DJ, and then for some reason he got banished to this like small rural town of only a couple hundred people because his career like inexplicably declined or something. I don't remember, but it's cliche. Let's move on. So we start off, we get a call, oh surprise, the sheriff's been murdered, and we're treated to some more hand-wavy explanation about how all the 911 calls are being rerouted to the radio station while the dispatcher travels to the nearest town, which is hours away, conveniently, of course. And it's our job as this DJ dude to, along with our straight woman archetype producer, to field the 911 calls, save the town's denizens, and figure out what the mystery is. So boy, so you can already guess that because there isn't going to be so much playing this game, that's going to be mostly listening to inane dialogue and expedition dumps. Well, guess what? You're right. And you are in for a treat because you're basically mostly locked at or near your desk for most of the fucking game, like a good working stiff. And you're also in for a treat when there's a mini game of sorts where you throw crumpled up pieces of paper into a trash bin, some 10 feet away or whatever. So, woohoo, this is going to be really fun. Yeah, well, this game does do something that Stranger Things, if you remember that shitty series, did, which is basically, hey, remember the 90s? Or in this case, hey, remember the 80s? That flamboyance, because it really oversells the neon and wood paneling and all that shit. But on the plus side, it does have some decent music here and there. It is pretty basic, the music, and it sounds like they're samples from a production company, but I mean, I can't say it's actually bad. Okay, Forrest, time to shut the music off. But I don't know. Voice acting was hit or miss. Peggy, your partner or whatever, she wasn't very good. She reminded me a lot of Persona 3 Reload's Yukari, so much and so that I actually looked it up to see if they were the same. They're not. They just lifeless, right? And or just kind of sort of this like insincereness that just doesn't seem real to some degree. I don't know. All I remember is that I just remember you have the opportunity as the player to make some really crass comments about characters, usually after they die or whatever. And Peggy just sort of goes like, Forrest, don't say that, which sounds less like she's fearful or mad or about the whole situation, and instead just more like she has an errand she doesn't want to run. So I don't know. This is really obvious. I did in the second playthrough, which I did. The game plays itself, really, honestly, and you can kind of almost ignore most of the game, and it like I said, it'll just kind of play through itself. I will note for sort of game, I don't know how to describe it, but like an in-game Easter egg that they had was there's a lot of anachronisms. At one point, one of the characters makes an obvious reference to like a rogue in World of Warcraft. And this game takes place like 17 or 18 years before World of Warcraft, so that doesn't make sense. There's talk about emotional support animals, which may have been around, but I don't think those were a thing as common back then as they are today. And the third and probably the most egregious and obvious one is that the game acts like people have cell phones. How exactly is one guy calling from a dumpster and another from a cornfield in an area of payphones? Yeah, I get that there were some cell phones in the 80s, but, this isn't Wall Street. This is rural Illinois, so it doesn't really make sense to me, but whatever. Subtitles are riddled with spelling mistakes, and call me a boomer, but that's just a sign of unprofessionalism to me when I see receive spelled RECIEVE or appreciated spelled APPREICIATED. Like those should have been checked like easily within testing or quality control. I will say, if you have 4 or 5 hours and you want to mess around this game, I think you should read a synopsis, but it's not the worst thing ever. It's just not really that strong enough to keep the player's attention for more than the first few hours. But I can't say it was particularly bad, just really not all that interesting for me for killer frequency. So I'm putting this also in C tier. Okay. All right, next up we have Botany Manor. Here we have what's basically a really colorful and naturey game, complemented by some actually really nice, relaxing music. In Botany Manor, you play as a woman botanist solving puzzles based on growing various potted plants to accentuate your manor in a first-person perspective with some light exploration elements. The puzzles aren't exactly brain busters, but they do require you a little bit more than like press A to push the button, right? So the puzzles do require you to actually read and some level of inferential reasoning, which isn't particularly common even in these types of games. But the reading and the inferential reasoning and the puzzles, by extension, do instruct you to basically implement some sort of like esoteric methodology to grow certain types of plants, and whether that's adjusting like the ambient temperature or the soil acidity, things like that. That's how you progress in the game. And really, my biggest complaint about the game is that there are many hints spread across the manor that they're used to instruct you on how to grow the plants, and the game even keeps track of the hints' location, and you're even supposed to order and categorize each hint for each respective plant and that it belongs to. The problem is that the name of the hint and its location are far more important than the content. So trying to remember, which pH level is needed for the soil for one plant means that if you forget, you have to basically take a backtracking trip to wherever the hell that pH pamphlet or whatever was. And for the later plants, the plants that you are meant to grow later in the games, that means that the hints are even more spread out, and it's over multiple sub areas. So it'd be kind of annoying to have to trek back to and from to remember some sort of minor detail. I mean, if I've already collected the hint, why the hell can't I just review it from the menu? I don't understand it, but I mean, that's kind of a little bit of nitpicking, to be fair. I will say that there was a little bit of ideological leaking from the developers too. I mean, it's kind of dumb to read some, anachronistic, I'm a woman botanist, trying to take down the patriarchal institution of botany, hear me roar, shtick in a 19th century England setting, but, whatever. Without Game Pass, the game was $25, and I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm all for supporting small studios, but not $25 for this. It was maybe 5 or 6 hours for a casual playthrough, and it is high on like the cozy and good vibe feels, but still think it's good, but it's a little much for what it offered, especially with I'd say average replayability. So for me, Botany is definitely in B tier. I'm looking here. Where do I want to put it? Is it better than Would I rather play Palworld? No, I'd rather replay Botany Manor than go back to Palworld, to be honest. So, yeah. Okay. Next up, we have Alone in the Dark. Now, for our older viewers who know about the Alone in the Dark series, there's a shit ton that's been said about it, but for this one, we'll gloss over the history of Alone in the Dark for now. But for this one, we're introduced to a pretty choppy introductory sequence and cutscene that does a really poor job at explaining what is happening exactly and the setup that it's supposed to lead into. There's something about a missing uncle, whatever, I don't know. But unfortunately, then we're met with some really bad voice acting by our co-protagonists, the Stranger Thing guy, who's I forgot what his fucking name is. But anyway, his voice acting is not good. He has no voice inflection. It just felt like he was reading the script dry without any idea or context about the scenes that he was providing his voice acting for. And no offense to whoever was supposed to be the likeness for Emily, but something about the way she looks with her receding chin was like Uncanny Valley. But anyway, you can see the general plot of the game forming in like the first 40 minutes or hour of the game. But it's in the next 2 hours of the game or so really confusing to try and figure out if the people who were behind creating the story were trying to go with more like a cliche Shutter Island or Identity kind of rehash, or maybe try something fresh and new. But unfortunately, we never get something fresh and new. Amplifying this is the unconventional but usually okay pacing of basically teleporting with no setup, you just go immediately into the next scene, and so the story abruptly changes a lot, and as the player you got to be pretty fast on your feet to figure out what's kind of going on, at least during your first playthrough. But unfortunately with this game it all devolves into on the nose Lovecraftian bullshit in the last half of the game, which wasn't unpredictable based on the telegraphing from the clues you can collect during the game. But I will say, like, at this point, I am like officially tired and done with Lovecraftian shit. It was sort of fresh, or at least not rotten, in 1992 with Alone in the Dark, the original. But I remember it becoming much bigger with the advent of the internet, mostly in the early 2000s. And here we are nearly a quarter of a century later. And it's like every other derivative author thinks this big Lovecraftian reveal of Cthulhu, of a Cthulhu monster or a Shub-Niggurath beastie is fresh, when in fact has been done to death, no pun intended, way too many times before. I will say that Reynal, the original creator of the Alone in the Dark series, was one of the first to do it in a video game, so and it is sort of the window dressing of Alone in the Dark, so I'll give him sort of a pass on that. But returning to this game specifically, the style of the game I think was actually pretty decent. Decent music, even if the design itself I found was a little off, in the sense that I'm not sure something like a smooth jazz track is appropriate during moments when it's meant to be tense. But the sort of film noir flair that this game likes to have in small dosage, and especially with the shyster Dr. Gray, I think his name was. It's fun, but unfortunately the game pussyfoots around it, right? It never actually commits to doing film noir, and instead we get scenes that are just brooding enough to make you think it's like gonna become like a Kiss Me Deadly storyline, but it never does, right? And so it just loops back into this whole, watch our dunce gumshoe detective and overbearing spinster fumble around in a mansion for some 18, how long is a playthrough? Probably like 18-20 hours or something. As for the game itself, in terms of technically, there were a lot of audio glitches, especially with the sound effects. The dialogue files themselves can be pretty choppy too, the audio dialogue files, that is. The combat was not great. The gunplay itself was okay, even kind of fun at first glance, but once enemies get into melee range, it's when the game starts having a lot of problems. They just get up in your business and just tap you to death. And there was a frequent glitch that I had, where whichever character I was playing, they would no clip into the enemy and not be able to do anything, and just basically be melee to death. Same thing happened if you got caught in a corner, or all too commonly getting caught in the terrain. Little too frequent of a problem. On the positive side for this, I think that the setting was very nice. Some nice story set pieces as well. The swamps of Louisiana always lend well to a setting like this, and it works here. The last game I remember that did that was Resident Evil 7, and so we're kind of in good territory. And also the mansion allegory, or not allegory, the mansion connection is kind of noticeable there too. But the combat sucks, like I said. But I will say that on the smaller notes, some notes that I made was I did find that the in-game mirrors actually reflected, which is a nice detail that you just don't see really happening all that often. And another thing too is that when your character approaches like a railing or a table or a countertop or something that they can rest their hand against, they actually do it after a couple seconds of idling. And so it's just sort of nice little small details like that, nice little touches like that make it seem like the developers actually cared about the game, even if in the grand scheme they don't really mean anything, and some of the other more important problems were exacerbated. Good graphics on the Xbox Series X I had. Not perfect. There were definitely a few shitty textures here and there, and some possible evidence of asset flipping, but nothing egregious. One journalist, games journal outlets, I think characterized this as something like compelling but rough around the edges, and I think that's a pretty fair way to characterize Alone in the Dark. It's better if I do it at an angle. Alone in the Dark. So I think while that this game didn't succeed in every aspect that it tried, it did at least try, which is more than I can say for most shit nowadays. So I will reward that. So for me, Alone in the Dark, excuse me, Alone is a pretty high B tier for me. B tier. Journeying north from Louisiana, we find ourselves in that good old Kentucky home with Kentucky Route 0, supposedly. we are introduced to a very inside the game like presentation with style, and so you think, okay, this could be fun. That game was fun, a little overrated, but it was as a spiritual successor to Limbo. Maybe we're in good company here, right? And the publisher for this game is none other than Annapurna, who I mentioned earlier in the stream, who on the whole tries to, again, doesn't necessarily succeed, but tries to maintain an acceptable level of quality in the games that they publish. And we're treated in the first 20 minutes to actually what comes off as pretty interesting, if not a little intriguing, quirky, a quirky story, even if it does follow the tired ass, one last job trope. We even introduced to some NieR Automata vibes with the machines trying to mimic what humans do without understanding the underlying reasons for why they do things. But unfortunately, after the first act, the game just falls apart. Because while there's bits of good dialogue and thought-provoking, concepts here and there, they're all tossed into this really stupid, inane volume of like meta dialogue that becomes really grating after about like 2 hours. And it's always been a joke. I've made it before too about whether games are considered an art form or not. And when you think of some of the older games like Killer 7 or BioShock or even Soma more recently that I played, to name a few, where at least you have playable elements of a game incorporated into thought-provoking stories to create a totally interactive experience. You don't get that here. You get this game, which basically fucks off right off into book territory, where its appeal comes from the copious amounts of text that it throws at you, and not the dog shit gameplay, or in this case, it doesn't do a combination of either. So you don't get that interactivity. It was. I knew something was definitely wrong when there's like, don't you get it? You go to the government employee tells you to get the exception form from his coworker, and then you go to the coworker, and the coworker tells you to go to a third guy to get it. And guess what? You'll never guess it. You'll guess it, right? The third guy tells you to go back to the first guy, right? Don't you get it? It's a loop. It's just like the bureaucracy. Wow. So fucking deep, right? It's just emblematic of the modern art stereotype where it's like, a candy wrapper, a banana peel, or some bullshit will be on display on an art exhibit, and it's meant to invoke pretentious art students, or like empty-headed wealthy connoisseurs into thinking that there's some profound, deep message, on the state of the world, or something so simple or so transient, when in fact it's not. It's really just ultimately an excuse to be lazy and stupid. And in a similar vein, one of the common defenses I saw for this game was, well, it's interactive. It's not, but it's an interactive art, and the beauty of art is in the eye of the beholder. Well, yeah, that's bullshit, and major copium, because it's not. So you're probably wondering, what is this game about? Nothing really. It's a disjointed mess of sub-stories and themes with some really loose and stupid overarching plot, with a recurring cast of, quite frankly, idiots. And don't even try to argue for any defenders of this game. Oh, well, it's a point and click, and that's also why you don't really no, shut the fuck up. This is nothing like the older stuff like Myst, or some of the more modern stuff like Chicken Police, which I gave high marks to last year. This was just annoying game, not very good. And allegedly the developers used this game as some sort of medium to criticize, capitalism and all its evils or something, and yet they charged $25 for this shit. Jesus, fucking ironic. Bottom C. All right. Next up, we have Eiyuden Chronicle Rising. Not HM Rising, but Rising. It's a simple action role-playing RPG, side-scroller, Metroidvania, whatever. And that's fine. Sometimes that's what you want. It hits nicely. when you want to play something that's simple. And I got that with this game, and it came right at the time when I wanted to play it, right? So surprisingly, the dialogue in this game was actually pretty good. Normally I expect these things to have dumb or cringe dialogue, but it was non-serious enough without being too annoying, and even if there was probably a little bit too much overall. It's not like Golden Sun tier level bad, and where there's just way too much talking, but there's definitely a line or maybe several dozen where they could have been completely removed from the story with no detriment to it. The story itself, you play as the 16-year-old tomboy named CJ, I think it was, who's basically as stock as they come, and she's on a mission to, to be honest, I don't remember. Something about like a dead father or treasure. I don't remember, but who gives a shit? Because we have a fucking kangaroo as a party member named Guru, and he was pretty cool. His characterization was actually really good, I thought, for a game of this caliber. Again, it's nothing, this isn't Homer, but, it was pretty good. I enjoyed the dynamic between him and CJ. His mentorship of, there's this sub character named like Melor or something. It was really wholesome. So he kind of plays like the dad role. So I did like him. Big dad energy. I paid $15 for this for about almost the same amount of hours, maybe a little bit less, 12 to 13. And there's probably another 5 to 8 if you really want to do everything the game has to offer. So, when you get to $1 per 1 hour exchange rate, I always consider that to be pretty good. That said, the game is still kind of repetitive and grindy, but not unfair with the grind. But yeah, interesting. I approached this game from more of a positive aspect than the other way around. So I'll talk about some of the negatives. Whose bright idea, which developer's bright idea was it to prevent character switching when they're inflicted with some sort of ailment? I presume that was by design, but either way, it was annoying as fuck, and just it punished you for basically not being able to predict what the enemies were going to do. Some of the areas, the open world areas, they're not really open world, but they're too large, and you really wish there was a fast travel option, because you get too far into like some cave or some bullshit, and it's like, now I gotta spend another 5 minutes to get out, right? There's oddly a large amount of post-game content, which are pretty much more of the same side quests you've been doing up to this, including straight-up repeats. I'm not really sure what the point of that is. A lot of those quests reward currency, which is needed to upgrade the armor and weapons in the game, but I don't see the value because I don't see a whole lot of replayability with this. But I wouldn't characterize the game as bad overall. It was supposed to be like a prequel to for 100 Heroes, which apparently has like 100 hours of content. How apropos, 100 hours of content, but I haven't gotten to that. It's on my backlog. We'll see if I get to it at some point. So, yeah. All right. Planet of Lana. I think it is Lana. I remember seeing the announcement trailer for this one many years ago during Summer Game Fest, I think it was, and I was intrigued by it. Well, I finally got to playing it, and it has, the most notable thing about it is I think it has really good sound design, and the sound effects are pretty nice and crisp, and the music, the tracks themselves are good to very good. Elo. Yeah, I mean, it has nice visuals. I think even Wikipedia acknowledged that clearly the design, or excuse me, the visuals take inspiration from Studio Ghibli films. Although I found that as the game progressed, like the zones became less impressive and less interesting. I mean, you start off in like a colorful forest, and then you move to like a coastline or something, and then by the game's end, you're in like a shitty desert, and then another in like the interior of a spaceship or something with like the tired, brutalistic architecture and machinery and shit that has like a very small color palette. So Yeah, I mean, it looks good at first glance. Gameplay. What's the gameplay? It's a puzzle platformer, side scroller, harkening back to again to like Limbo and Inside and such. Both the gameplay and story are about as deep as the rest of these types of games, so not a whole lot there. I will say it's very clear in the opening hour of the game that it takes. It's big on lifting its plot straight out of the War of the Worlds, um, but instead of a modern society, it's a tribalistic society. So maybe a little bit different in that respect. So kind of something unique a little bit. Um, Again, the platforming and the puzzles aren't exactly going to strain your brain too much. They don't really put up any challenge, to be honest with you, to be honest. But sometimes that's okay. Most of them are just sequence or timing mini games. I mean, that's about it. It's about, I think it was $20 without Game Pass, and it was about 6 to 8 hours of content for a single playthrough, which is average content or average value rate. But I will say that unlike some of the other games or some of the other small studio titles in this $20-25 range, not having usually any more than like 10 to 12 hours, this one has a little bit better replayability than those, just because I think it has more of that cozy feel and good visuals and soundtracks. So playing a lot of, I did enjoy. Pretty inoffensive overall and not bad. Mui was cute too, I guess. So I'm putting this in B tier. Would I rather play Rising again? Yeah, probably. They're pretty equal, whatever. Okay. Little Kitty, Big City. I will just say right out of the gate that this is probably the best cat simulator game I've played to date. Better than Stray, largely because there's no pretentious, overarching robot story, and instead just sort of plays like a cat role-playing game should. You play as a nameless cat whose grossly irresponsible owner allows you to rest on an HVAC vent outside a window about 5 stories above ground. And so, of course, the obvious tragedy strikes when the cat falls off, but survives in the most comical way possible. After that, it's time to explore the not actually big city, and befriend some various animal pals along the way, while you are trying to boost the cat's stamina, or whatever it was, to regain the endurance to climb back up to your home. The whole thing really is just a lighthearted adventure, and I get that, but there's something that is inherently fucked up about watching nameless and faceless NPCs like smack a cartoon cat around for dropping a bagel, or their sail foam, largely due to their own clumsiness, or just utterly blasting the cat with a water from a garden hose for literally like no reason whatsoever. But whatever. Little Kitty basically plays as a platforming collectathon, with some minor exploration elements, and thankfully there is a good but not great vertical as well as horizontal map design, although less about the vertical overall. I played and finished this one on launch day, and there was definitely residual bugginess. The cat was constantly no clipping through the environment, or getting stuck to somewhere somehow, and sometimes the jump button just refusing to work. But mostly those were resolved by easily quitting to the menu and reloading. So overall, Little Kitty, Big City was reasonably fun, but there's nothing really groundbreaking at all here. I mean, you got to look at the value of a game like this, and it's $25 without Game Pass for about 8 to 10 hours of content, and maybe a little bit less depending on how minimal you want to have a playthrough. But it's not the best value ever, but I can't say it's horrible, because honestly, this is the type of game that Game Pass, for all its faults, and there are many, this is the kind of game that Game Pass is meant to promote. So perhaps buying the game outright, as I normally do, isn't exactly the proper perspective to have. Again, drawing comparisons to Stray, which I think is a very fair exercise because both games are supposed to scratch the itch, no pun intended, of platforming as a feline. I think this one actually is overall better simply because on the merits that it doesn't take itself seriously like Stray did. And let's be honest, Stray could have been your playable character could have been a skunk or a possum or a honey badger or some shit instead of the orange tabby that it was, and the game would have basically exactly been the same because the robot's apocalyptic story overtook playing as a cat. But turning back to this game, I will say that maybe a little bit more fun or proper length would have, and honestly padding more length without padding would have boosted this game into low A tier. But I do think that this one is pretty fair to put it here. So I'm going to put it just a little bit below Rising. And was it better than Lana? Yeah, I think it was better than Lana. So Little Kitty, Big City, not bad. Okay, we have Cynthia, Hidden in the Moonlight. I don't know. This is weird. The voice actor for Cynthia, the playable character, sounded like a dollar store and Takamaki voice actor, but whatever. The gameplay has very, very rudimentary makings of a decent action role-playing game, borrowing really heavily from the Tomb Raider reboot stealth archer gameplay, right? As well as some of the more linear elements from like Breath of the Wild, and definitely their presentation. In that respect, I mean, this is really just this game as entirety is just best viewed as a two-man developer team's glorified tech demo that just sort of exists, albeit rather inoffensively. The limited marketing I could find about this game suggested that it was intended to be like its primary selling point, considering that the game ends on like a cliffhanger sort of and sequel baiting, but it's just really just a search. The gameplay is really just a search for various MacGuffins, which isn't really all that enthralling. There's no true combat in this game, which is, with the exception of the final boss, because despite Cynthia having like a god bow and these like magical arrows, she gets entombed in stone if NPCs catch her. So I'm not really sure what they were going for with this, but I don't know. It had also sort of stench of genericness because there's like the naming of things are like the Forgotten Forest and the Dark Power. I mean, good lord. All that said, I can't say I actually really hated the game because I played it for probably about 3 or 4 hours, and I was pretty inebriated while I played it for whatever reason, but it just sort of exists. At $12, I think is what I paid for it. It wasn't really worth it, but I've certainly wasted far more of my time for far less. So for me, this is definitely C tier. I'm putting this before close, better than close. Nah, yeah, that goes there. All right. Resident Evil 2 Remake. Honestly, I don't have a whole lot to say about this one as much as I should because just about everything about this game has been said before, being a couple years old now. And they've said it better than me and more articulated, or with better articulation than I have. I like this one. I like this remake. It has problems that I think a lot of Resident Evil fans will and do overlook, both devoted and casuals. Now, like Persona 3 Reload, or really any sort of modern remake, a lot of the criticisms that you can hold against this game can be held against the source material. But here, in this one, I found that the lack of differences between Leon and Claire's A and B scenarios to have such minor and forgettable differences that it didn't really feel like it was worth it playing it through full 4 times. And I'm not even going to address the continuity problems that just seem to arise if you start looking at it with 2 much of a microscope. Like Mr. X whereabouts at any specific points during the story, he just appears and disappears wherever he wants to. Anyway, unlike the original, I found that the interaction between Claire and Leon to be just outright lacking, honestly, both in quantity in quantity and quality. It was honestly the case that the game tries to, honestly, I think, trick unsuspecting players into thinking that, there's this great dynamic and backstory and chemistry between Leon and Claire, ignoring the memes. And here they really barely interact at all, except during cutscenes, and it really is just Claire gushing over the dense Leon. That's not to say that wasn't the direction to go, but it just feels like it's the case of the game trying to tell you and convince you that, Leon and Claire have really bonded over this harrowing experience rather than actually showing it through gameplay. And instead what we get, like I said, is just Claire fangirling over Leon while Leon ignores her advances and instead fangirls himself over Ada. But as for the gameplay itself, obviously Resident Evil, very well known as one of the quintessential of the survival horror genre, and perhaps the most well-known. And this kind of continues that on in the modern sense, adding some modern conveniences and quality of life changes that the earlier games just didn't either consider or outright didn't have. So, the game is not too challenging, to be honest, even on hardcore difficulty. And despite the 3 remake getting a lot of shit for Nemesis being a scripted non-threat, I found Mr. X here to be even less of a threat, and didn't add really any difficulty whatsoever. I don't know if there's also adaptive scaling in this, but it was very odd and convenient that the game certainly seemed to recognize when the amount of ammunition I had, right? So if I was flush with ammunition, it just caused the 9mm gun for me to constantly miss. But if I had fewer rounds, the 9mm had like the stopping power and force of like a 50 caliber gun, right? So it was, I don't know, whatever. But we talked a lot about the difficulty. So the puzzles aren't exactly brain busters either, but I do think they do become less interesting and less difficult as the game progresses, because the police department it is daunting at first to traverse through, and even on kind of subsequent playthroughs, and trying to remember, which areas you have to revisit and which key item you need. But by the time you arrive at the stupid sewers and the even lamer nest area, you realize they're almost exclusively all the puzzles are just sequence and ordering puzzles, and that's really about it. There were a few decent jump scares, I'll give them that. But they did work nicely, and I did enjoy how Claire and Leon would comment on the jump scares, and Claire would be like, "Shit," or Leon would be like, "Oh, is this a fucking joke?" Like I did like kind of it kind of felt like you resonated with the characters, so that was sort of a nice touch there. In terms of the actual presentation, on the positive side, there's some really good mocapping for this, which only got better with Resident Evil 3 a year later, and then Village after that. I don't know. I feel like I'm just kind of saying a lot of the same things over. Good job, Capcom. Sound direction was pretty good and on point. The zombie moaning and screaming, I thought, especially the woman zombies, were just ghoulish enough to sound scary, but without sounding like too overreacted. There was a small title update DLC for this, which included the Ghost Survivors, which I think are non-canonical stories, side stories, and various side missions with minor characters. But they were all very short, less than 20 minutes apiece, with the big one being when you play as the nameless sheriff from the prologue, the base game's prologue, who survives, Dawn of the Dead style, in a tiny gas station convenience store and against 100 zombies of all flavors. and which is pretty challenging, but not too bad once you practice for a bit. Probably not needed, but it added several extra hours of content, which I didn't hate, but I didn't really love either. So this one was the DLC was fine, if not bad. But I probably could have made a separate ranking for DLC, but fuck it. All in all, I thought the RE2 remake was a good game, but a better remake, as odd as that might sound. So for me, I am putting this in A tier. Bottom A tier. I liked it a little bit. I liked it a little bit more than Persona 3 Reload. Okay. Let me take a quick glance at some of these games. I know these next ones are going to be a little bit slower, but I'll probably speed up with some of these ones in the middle there, or towards the end. Yeah. And the last 5 I'm going to go by very quick. So, yeah. All right, next up we have Resident Evil 8 or Village. So again, sticking with Resident Evil, but transitioning to the more modern games. Here's Village. I enjoyed the semi-open world Village hub area, even if I have to concede that it doesn't feel like Resident Evil, or it's certainly not strictly traditional to Resident Evil. And this new direction that 7 and 8 have taken with first person and non-linear pathing, I think it's been a fun experiment, but I think we need to kind of go back to the roots now. It's been, like I said, a fun footnote, but let's kind of go back to what the series was known for. Anyway, immediately when we boot up this game and start it, you're introduced to some very bad dialogue by our protagonists, and especially a little later when Lady Dimitro, I can't pronounce her name, is introduced, and this was even beyond like the kind of corniness and campiness you kind of come to expect with the Resident Evil games. And having not played 7 for about 7 years by the time I played this, I had limited working memory on the storyline, and it was sort of nice to remember sort of some plot holes and some intriguing things that happened both during 7 and this game that you're like, that's kind of fucky, what's going on here? And the obvious one in this is when Ethan gets his hand sliced off at the wrist, and he just a few minutes later reattaches it with some first aid antiseptic, and you're like, okay, what's going on here? Let's see what this develops into. Yeah, and I mean, even in the prologue, Chris Redfield shows up black bag operation style and just murders Mia in seemingly cold blood and kidnaps baby Rose. But, surprise, we're treated to another big expedition dump near the end of the game during the Chris segment where he and the Foxhound unit, or whatever the hell his squad mates are called, they basically state the entire plot of the game in like maybe 4 or 5 sentences. And it's basically, Mia's alive. It was a doppelganger. It was Miranda who Chris brutally murdered or executed in the prologue. So you think it's like, Chris, why didn't you tell Ethan that then and there? Whatever. Speaking of motivations and such, and characters, Miranda was really a lame villain. Perhaps one of the worst in the entire Resident Evil franchise. And her motivations aren't really logical at all when scrutinized. But honestly, considering how little she actually is in the game or progresses or advances the plot, it kind of checks out, I guess. But considering the amount of time and screen time and build-up that the game puts towards confronting Heisenberg, I think an alternative situation where Heisenberg kills or somehow usurps Miranda as the big baddie would have been more interesting, even if that follows the whole main villain's right hand man, who's actually the real big bad guy trope. That's pretty common still. I expected to like the Duke a lot. I'm sticking with characters and such. I expected to like the Duke a little bit more than I actually did, because in many ways he's the subtle driving force of the story, guiding Ethan on where to go next and propelling him to retrieve the rose flasks, not only for Ethan's benefit, but obviously for some sort of self-serving and possibly nefarious ends of his own. I do say that castle arouses suspicion, right? As he rubs his hands together like the happy merchant that he is. But despite all that, and despite a large, no pun intended, mystery surrounding him, he's not really as interesting or as charismatic as Resident Evil 4's Merchant is. And I think that's just because there's so much unknown and unresolved about the Duke and his intentions, that by the game's end, he just sort of there as being like this generic, mysterious big guy for no other reason than being mysterious. I will say that his final appearance during the story, when he's very clearly intended to be like the ferryman, Karen archetype, ferrying the very clearly dead Ethan from this world to the next world, was a treat, especially for literary purposes, and I do think it worked for the final part of the game and its tonal shift that it had. So I will think that where this game does stand very strongly among the other Resident Evil titles is that its overarching themes and the symbology that it represents, even if the individual parts that makes up the whole story don't really cohere well together. The big one, of course, is the whole exchanging a life for a life, a father for his daughters, and then just one mold man's conviction to rescue his dismembered innocent daughter from demented and disgusting freaks, as he calls them, right? And in that same vein, I think that concluding Ethan's story, as opposed to the likes of Carlos, Sheva, Billy, Rebecca, from just like straight up disappearing entirely from the RE verse, the Resident Evil verse, was appropriate and brings his long suffering that began in 7 to a bittersweet but necessary close. I think even Chris Redfield has a little mini story arc himself, where he realizes, way too late, of course, belatedly really, is that despite his best intentions, his actions harmed and fucked over Ethan pretty substantially, and Chris imposing sort of a self-atonement, an ascetic self-atonement, has been a nice maturation and development from his silly days of punching Bolgers like in 5. So I thought the game may have also tried to explore a theme on how the forced imposition of power from the mold implants affected each of the 4 lords in different ways. Problem with that was the 4 lords the 4 lord sections were all so disjointed that it felt there was like a meeting, like when the developers first got to this designing Resident Evil 8 or Village, right? They're like, maybe this is probably on 2016 or 17. They're like, let's do a game about werewolves. And then another guy was like, nah, not werewolves. What about vampires? And then another one's like, no, what about fish people, mermaids? Shape of Water just came out. That was well received. And then, someone else was like, oh no, what about Annabelle? Those horror movies are really popular. So let's do creepy dolls. And then another person was like, oh, let's do, the MCU is really popular. Let's do Magneto, someone who can control metal, right? And then the decision maker behind it said, fuck it, let's do it all that shit. Just Castlevania can do all these monster types. So can we. And that's what you get here. You get a mismatch of all of these different monster types. And so instead of focusing on like a broader theme of how power corrupted each lord in different ways and the manner in which they sort of terrorized each of their little fiefdoms, the game focuses more on the lords themselves and their little theme parks, with the lords being basically silly caricatures. And even Ethan openly mocks them about this during the game in kind of a semi-fourth wall breaking moment. But yeah, anyway, I just actually did appreciate the story a whole lot, is like what I mean to say. So for the gameplay itself for Village, I think it's solid, and it was actually better than I expected. And in fact, one of the reasons why I had tossed this game into my backlog was because it just didn't seem very fun from the gameplay videos I'd seen, and I thought the story was stupid. like I alluded to. But I admit I was wrong, because the whole experience was a lot more fun than I expected, and it was something humbling and enjoyable about playing as, the untrained everyman that is Ethan, as opposed to, the grizzled hunk that is Chris Redfield, or even Hunk himself. But point is, it worked for this game and 7, and I truthfully don't think I can really remember any major gameplay changes between 7 and this one, aside from the inventory management harkening back to 4 and priors, where the gameplay is paused when you bring it up. There's only a handful of puzzles sprinkled throughout the entire experience, with the exception of the house. I forgot what house. It starts with a B. I can't remember. House B, which is entirely a puzzle. Theme park itself, revealing something tacky and yet horrible behind the tacky the wall plastering and paperwork. Aside from this, there's very limited enemy and trash mobs, maybe a dozen or less, and they're all mostly humanoid, so whatever. Compared to 7, that's still an upgrade, because there were like 3 or 4 enemy mold types at most. So again, like I said, at least a progression there. The lichens were really annoying. Their snarls were not scary, but rather grating. And on the whole, they were frequently annoying and unfun to fight against, because their animation, if they injured Ethan, just lasted for a few seconds, and it really broke the flow of combat. So I did not like fighting the lichens. Let me see here. Outside the narrative, I'm talking about the flow of combat. As a bonus to the main game, there's also now the long-running Mercenaries mode in this. I never liked Mercenaries. I don't really care for it. And the same is true here. There's moments where you'll build up these really large combos, big numbers, get even bigger, and you really feel like the gameplay is flowing nicely. The problem is that for every moment like that, there were 3 or 4 occasions where your combo broke, because an enemy didn't spawn where it normally would, or it got on terrain, or some bullshit that was largely outside of the player's control. And it's really, really frustrating. Luckily, playing as the bonus DLC Lady Dimistro, whatever, alleviated a lot of these issues, because summoning the ability she has to summon her daughters, their AI seems to automatically seek out stray enemies if they're in your general vicinity. So the summoned daughters will just phase and no clip in the walls and kill rogue enemies, keeping the combo alive. So anyway, I got an S rank on all the maps, and that's sufficient for my purposes. But looking back at both 7 and Village, I do feel like the 2 games are their own kind of self-contained sub-story that, while it doesn't necessarily fit super well in the broader RE-verse, they were fun to play and nice to enjoy. So for me, this is also going into A tier. I will say that I did like it a little bit more than 2, just because of just had a little bit more than RE2. But yeah. All right. Before I grab I'll grab the next game. But in perhaps a Resident Evil First, we play in the distant future in the Winter's expansion DLC for Village. Like I said, it's the distant future. You play as the baby Rose, who's now a teenager in like 2035, 37, something like that. And she's, of course, struggling with her identity, being known as the mold mushroom baby girl in high school. And, her journey to kind of find herself or whatever. And I know it's odd to say this about a 3 or 4 hour experience being too long, but that's what we kind of have here. It just feels longer than it needs to. There's a lot of copy pasted assets from the base game, and it just makes it again feel like it's longer than it really is. it's the gameplay itself is more of the same with the rehashed areas. Although the trash mobs are new enemy variants, which are closer to zombies than the stuff that you fight in the base game. And we're treated, unfortunately, the worst part of Resident Evil 7 rearing its ugly head, and that is the screaming Eveline, the Ring Girl ripoff. She returns here, and she's just a shit character again, annoying. On the plus side, Rose's interactions with her guardian angel Michael are pretty wholesome, and it becomes pretty obvious what or who Michael actually is. But there's this sort of fun anticipation that comes along with being the audience or the player, knowing and awaiting for Rose to figure out on her own. But of course, leave it to Killjoy Capcom not taking the opportunity to do a full-face reveal for Ethan, but whatever. Honestly, I thought the story was mostly better than the gameplay overall. So this one is good, but far from amazing. And again, sort of a nice little capstone on the whole Ethan plot line that began in 7, even if this DLC undermines his heroic sacrifice from the base game in 8. But one other thing I will end on with this in particular is that the mold elements, the whole thing with the molds in Resident Evil is introducing elements of magic and, again, the Lovecraftian eldritch shit, which I already went off on about during the Alone in the Dark review. It's getting out of hand. And in fact, there's a very, at the very end of the DLC, there's a tome you can pick up, and it clearly mentions like a black god and its children and shit. And it's like, oh, here we go with the Lovecraft shit. But overall, DLC was good, fine, whatever. Put it right there. So, yep. Okay. Resident Evil 4. This is a steelbook. I remember where I got this from. It was a pre-order bonus from Best Buy, maybe? I can't remember. Anyway, Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube was the first Resident Evil game that I played to completion, so I have a lot of fond memories and personal reasons about why I enjoyed it a lot so much almost 20 years ago. So obviously when I heard that this, which I wanted to play in 2023 but didn't get around to, but when I heard that the RE4 remake would be coming, I was a little bit skeptical, to be honest, because I think while Capcom, as I kind of alluded to when I was talking about the Resident Evil 2 remake, has done a reasonably good job at remaking the Resident Evil numbered games, I'm honing specifically on the air quoting of remake, because I think on the whole that the remakes fail to capture a lot of what made the originals good or great. And here I get that same feeling, especially more so with 4, because I remember it and played it to completion, where I did not with the original Resident Evil 2. What we have here instead is a pretty modern, playable take on Resident Evil 4. And to me, the most notable gameplay difference is just the fact that Leon is so fast and nimble, and the old tank controls from the original Resident Evil 4 are just completely discarded here. And I've been talking about Resident Evil 2 a lot too, and it's funny how in the 2 remake, Leon is like basically this geeky rookie cop, just oblivious to any sort of female advances, and here he's like slick and suave. So, well, I guess to be fair, it's been about like 5 or 6 years between the events of 2 and 4, so maybe in those times he did become a Chad or whatever. But anyway, so while this game has the window dressing of Resident Evil 4, it does feel different from the original 4. And I suppose that, to be fair, that is kind of what a remake is supposed to do, but honestly, it feels a little bit shallow otherwise. It's almost... I could keep going into that, but anyway, what else can I say about this? The game has a lot of content. Unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, a lot of that content is based on replaying the game. if I've said before many times in the past, I realize that achievements and trophies are a niche part of a game's ecosystem. But I think that expecting players to have to play through the story, somewhere between 4 and 7 times to see all that the game has to offer is just a little too much to ask for. Truthfully, by the second or even third run for sure, it just feels so unnecessary. And I think both the 2 and the 3 remakes surpassed this one's in terms of the expectation and asks of players, or I should say had more reasonable expectations, whereas this one different. It's painfully obvious to me that for, non-hardcore Resident Evil fans or competitive speedrunners or some shit, the harder difficulties and challenges are clearly designed. I may have said that unclear. If you're not a hardcore Resident Evil fan or a competitive speedrunner, and you're just a kind of more casual or even not even casual, but just not hardcore player, the harder difficulties and challenges are clearly designed with the bonus weapons and infinite ammo and all that shit involved. Because unless you get into the extremely autistic shit, like frame rate swapping and no clip exploits, even seasoned gamers such as myself are going to have trouble completing professional without like the unbreakable knife or something, because it's just too hard. In that same respect, the gameplay for this one, the gameplay overall is pretty polished, but the reticular bloom and the gun sway is so bad. And my God, I don't know why Capcom nerfed the shit out of the hand cannon into just being a piece of crap. I mean, how exactly does Leon miss an enemy 5 feet in front of him, with a gun that has an 8-inch long pecker? I don't know, but it seems to happen more than half the time. And, why some guns had their laser sights removed, no idea. That was a core mechanic in a lot of the mid-modern Resident Evil games, and instead we get the stupid reticular bloom, like I mentioned, reticule bloom, and it's just a shit substitute, and it's just extremely frustrating on misses, which happen seemingly more than when they hit. And if this is a remake, also, by the way, why can't we have infinite ammo unlocks for some of the other guns? Like, I want to use the Killer 7, damn it, for obvious reasons. As for the story of Resident Evil 4, what can I say? It was a silly. The original was a silly, handsome lad rescues cute girl agent thriller story with obvious kind of like St. George and the Dragon overtones, filled with like ridiculous but fun set pieces such as the walking Salazar mecha statue, which was removed entirely for more of like a serious and realistic modern atmosphere. Ashley is weirdly characterized. When Leon first frees her from the church, she's kind of meek and soft-spoken for about 30 minutes. And then she just sort of magically transforms into, I'm a master of unlocking girl boss by the game's end. I actually think that she's worse here than she is in the original, because while she was a stock damsel in distress in the original, she was sassy and defiant, and it felt like Leon complemented her character nicely and was actually needed there to rescue someone like her, right? Whereas here, Capcom is trying to do I'm a modern girl boss, hear me roar shtick, and she doesn't ever pick up a gun, okay? She complains to Leon, but Leon still has to order her to pull switches and hide and all that nonsense. So get this really jarring characterization between trying to maintain what her legacy characterization was, being more of the damsel in distress that game journalists and Twitter losers would seethe about, versus what game journalists and Twitter losers would find to be more acceptable in the current year. So basically what I mean to say in a long roundabout fashion is Ashley is basically not charming enough to be likable, but she's not incompetent or unhelpful enough to warrant like full protection by Leon. So she just sort of exists in this weird state of just tagging along with Leon and assisting him with hijinks here and there. And instead of being like a cute girl to be rescued like she was in 4, she just easily could have been like a G virus vial, or a body appendage or something, to be like an actual item to be retrieved from Los Illuminados as opposed to an actual person. So she really is basically a MacGuffin. She devolves into a MacGuffin in this game. So yeah. Luis, I'll talk for talking about characters. I mean, Luis, he I don't care about him ever. I mean, he's a paper thin foil to Leon, and he dies. The end. I will say the dialogue between Leon and Ashley was still pretty serviceable, not bad. Leon has some other fun quips like "keep your dogs on a leash, people," or something like that. Krauser, I never understood what the fuck his problem is. He's always been a total asshole, and it seemed like for no reason. Wesker in this one is really greasy for some reason. I don't know why. Like literally grease, like oil's seeping through his pores. The Del Lago fight was always not very good, and here it's just fucking bad on every conceivable level. You can do one in the chamber with all your guns, which I think is a nice little detail. I don't think the original had that, so that was kind of cool. Moving on, and this will segue to the DLC that's coming up, is with Ada. Ada's voice actor is awful outright. I'm not even going to take sides on whatever lame Twitter spout she had with the fans or whatever, but her performance here is just so lifeless and disinterested, and it's just lacking of like the sultry undertones that Ada has like traditionally been known for. And instead she just says things very, again, lifelessly, like, "The area is well guarded. I need to be careful." And so the voice actor specifically too has like this raspy vocal fry that's just grating and bad, and I don't think it works for Ada. But Ada's screen time is minimal, so the moment she does make an appearance, you want it to be impactful, and it's just like, oh, instead we get bootleg modern Ada. Oh well. And one thing that this game fucked up really badly was there's this really cool iconic scene in the original where Ada sneaks up on Leon, kicks the gun out of his hands, and does like a gainer to catch the gun midair. It's on YouTube probably. While Leon moves in with the knife, getting the upper hand on Ada, and says something like, "Bit of advice: try using knives next time. Works better for close encounters." That is here, but it's been remade and to be way less cool. I mean, sure, Leon says something equivalent, but instead the whole scene just is generic kung fu shit with legs and fists flying without the cool sense of motion that the original scene had. I need to wrap this up. Despite these complaints, I will say that the game is good. I don't think it should have won any Game of the Year awards in 2023, but maybe that's more a reflection of how bad that year was. But I will say that, in closing for the base game, my biggest complaints are the final island section is a slog, and especially on higher difficulties, and this was true in the original. The backtracking, while it was optional for extra treasures and not particularly frequent, they're too long, also true in the original. The Nova D stores, or the Halo drones as I like to call them, they're too numerous, annoying, and they oddly enough show up places that they shouldn't be. And lastly, the trimming a lot of the goofy interactions from the base, or from the original game, the goofy interactions between the characters, particularly between Leon and Salazar, it feels less believable through our modern eyes, because we're in an era where everything is connected, and even if the game takes place in 2004, when things weren't like that, so it just felt like you lacked a lot of character in some of that respect. The game's overall character, but ultimately, the gameplay was polished aside from the aiming. Pretty solid. I would give it like 2 playthroughs at least. Although I did platinum or 100% achieve this one. It's still fun. It's still good, but I will say without the campiness being straight gone, and the overall presentation treading a little bit too far into remake, it just kind of feels a little soulless too. So where am I putting Resident Evil 4? To me, a little bit of bias because again I have played the original, but still comparable there. Okay, next up we have the DLC for Resident Evil 4, Separate Ways. I talked about Ada a little bit for a length there. The DLC for this game centers around her, and completely as she just kind of in media res collides with the game's story, base story. I've said what I said about her modern character, so I'm not going to go out. But I mean, the DLC is more of the same of the base game. It's just you reusing assets and the maps, albeit in reverse typically, and it's fine. Earning an S+ rank on professional difficulty is really tough though, so it's best to play this with no or minimal amount of time or delay between playing the base game and this, to make sure that your muscle memory is trained enough to what the DLC largely recycles but does throw at you. About 12 hours of content for Separate Ways, and so for $10, that's pretty fair. I wish the game had kind of committed either to making this either mostly an action-adventure style playthrough, like Leon's Adventure, or the more traditional stealth sequences that Ada sequences in other games adhere to, but instead you get a little bit of both with some lame QuickTime events tossed in, so it never really feels like there's an identity here with Separate Ways. It's just Ada's copy and pasted adventure. And for whatever reason, the bolt action rifle just absolutely dominates here, and all difficulties. So I found that, Ada otherwise taking opting for a stealth option just didn't really work here. I didn't play the original Separate Ways expansion, so I don't know what that entailed and how closely this resembles the original. But aside from being burnt out from the base game Resident Evil 4 for having about 70-ish hours in a little over 2 weeks, I just wanted to be done with the DLC and move on. But I can't say the DLC was bad. I had a couple more technical performances problems. I know that the DLC hard crashed on me at least 2 or 3 times, whereas I think it only hard crashed on me once or twice in the base. But DLC's fine, just more of the same. Can't really hate on it too much. Don't really like Ada though. That's fine. Okay. The First Descendant. Now, I never played Warframe, so I can't say how accurate the comparisons are to it, nor do I really give a shit, but this game caught my attention, I think 2 or 3 years ago, with its flashy presentation, as well as the attractive characters. Imagine having that in a modern game, to be honest. And I hadn't played a looter shooter since the Vomit that was Borderlands 3. So, I'll try it out, whatever. Well, at first I played it, and it seemed a little okay, if kind of Fortnite-y, with its third-person over-the-shoulder style shooter, which is extremely cringe and bad, but with enough South Korean polish to make it have its own unique identity. But I will say the game eventually did sort of come into its own after a few hours, even if it did commit the sin that World of Warcraft, even to this day, commits, to my understanding, is that where leveling is just an obstacle to get to the end game content, where the best stuff generally is, right? And I mean, for me, I always take the time to actually level my characters as an opportunity to, learn how they play, learn what works, what doesn't. But unfortunately, most gamers are idiots at best. So yeah, they'll do the absolute minimum to get to the end game, and to pass complete missions to get the shinies and fun toys without actually learning how to play the game. Initially, it was mostly bunny players, and then it moved on to Freyna players. But whatever. The First Descendant story is kind of unengaging. It's really not all that interesting. I really wanted to like it and I tried to be absorbed in it, but after the first game zone, the story just becomes a MacGuffin quest, collecting them, and it never feels like there's really any impact in what you do. And the game does the whole also beat the boss but lose the cutscene shtick, which always undermines player engagement. But I will say on the flip side, for a lot of the zones too, the visuals are pretty good. Nothing amazing, but certainly sections of the zones can be nice to look at, even if they're mostly big and empty, aside from like an occasional enemy patrol. And they don't really serve much beyond window dressing as you move from one mission marker to the next. Even though you're on one planet, Nexon, the developer decided to do the whole, one region is the forest, the other region is a desert, the other is a swamp, and now we have a snow. It's just like the same elemental zone shit. I need to talk more about the gameplay. The gameplay itself seems overbearing when you first play it, especially with how it's played, because there's a lot of menus and weapons and items and multiple currencies and consumables, and it does throw a lot of shit at you. But this is one of those games that you are not meant to know everything about the game in 8 hours in, right? It's one of those games, it's a live service game, right? A live service game. You play long enough, you master how everything works, becomes a matter of whether your characters are strong enough to pass the content in question. So like a lot of MMOs, it has that hamster wheel effect that I learned all too well in the early days of WoW some 20 years ago. Again, Jesus. Especially when those grinds were a lot more daunting, right? To get better equipment or better weapons and such. I will say, sorry, memory lane for a moment here. I do think that grinding in modern games like the First Descendant is more palatable, especially than it used to be, because it's a mind trick, right? Because what these developers do is they introduce like mini rewards along the way, right? Like a breadcrumb trail. So it tricks your mind into thinking you're making progress, but you're still spending about the same time as you would have been grinding and raiding for like Benediction or Anathema, the priest staff, or like the Timbermaw reputation, right? The difference here is that, instead of having not a lot to show between, starting the grind and finishing it for that big reward, here you're still spending hours to do the same monotonous shit, but instead you get pieces or components of a weapon or a new character or whatever, so it feels like you're actually making progress, even though you're spending the same. You get it if you get it. If you don't, whatever. But anyway, turning back, I mentioned this game's comparison to Warframe. I've seen a lot of comparisons to Destiny 2, which I did not play, but I did play Destiny 1 and quite a bit of it as well. And in that comparison, I do think the social aspect here is more prominent. But unlike Destiny, and again, I only played 1 and not 2, there's less of a thing for voice chat and grouping up as there's for people basically shit posting in party chat or in world chat. So talking about the people, I love the community at the start. I loved the OGs on launch day. It was fun to learn about because I played it immediately at launch. And it lasted for a couple months after, as people were kind of learning more about the game, before things really started getting data mined, so to speak, or even literally in some respects. But after that, after the first couple months, it devolved into the same shit that I saw in pretty much any traditional MMO, especially vanilla WoW, where it was, you get these losers sitting in world chat, trying to troll and whatever. And I'm all fine for a good trolling, but I'm sorry, but like Hitler is good is that's good. That was good bait in like 2004, and that was over 20 years ago. So, it's you get these people who really aren't even playing the game, and it's just the community now is less good than it used to be. And also, of course, I won't even talk too much about like the problems with streaming culture, and you get these other losers who burn through 40 hours of content in 2 days, right? And it's like it's not meant to be done in 2 days. But it's funny. I spent the most time on the First Descendant. It's the game I spent the most time on into 2024, and probably will continue. But I just don't really have much else to say. It's a live service game. It's constantly changing, even if not in the most enormous of ways, even if it's just minor patches here and there. I'm curious ultimately to see how long this one lasts. It's obvious to me that it can probably stay afloat for probably another year or so, as long as the bikini cosmetics continue to sell. It's just my fear that new players are going to be too daunted to start because they'll feel like there's just an insurmountable gap to reach what players such as myself, who've been playing since day one, have accomplished, right? As for price and hours, it's free to play. So I think with games like this, they tend to expect you, whether that's good or bad, to spend about $60, however you see fit. Whether that's for progression or for cooming. Again, with like the bikini cosmetics. But I will say that I've probably spent, truthfully, a couple $100 on the game thus far, mostly on progression. Enhancing materials, a lot less now. It was more in the earlier game, but I did do a number crunch before I did the stream on my playtime adjusted for my playtime adjusted for how much I've spent, and I'm well under $1 per 1 hour, about 82 to 83 cents. So for me, that's pretty damn good value. But ultimately, again, this is a live service looter shooter, coomer shooter, so its audience is definitely not for everybody, but I do think it's a good fun game, and I'll continue to play it. I'm putting this in B tier, top of B tier. All right, next up we have not a long walk, but a short hike on Xbox Series X. It's a simple adventure platformer collectathon game. You play as a little crow boy exploring a large island, trying to journey to a kid-friendly version of Mount Doom in the center of the island, sort of. Anyway, I mean, it's a short game. There's really not much to say. I don't know what else to talk about. It was about 5 or 6 hours of content. I bought it for $8. It's hard to hate on these inexpensive games because they do give you several hours of content, and sometimes I do want that in a game to finish in a night or two, rather than some bullshit that might take me weeks, months, or even more. Of course, with my luck, less than 2 days after I bought it, it had a half off sale for $4, but that's how it goes. Anyway, so I mean, short hike, it's fine. Again, like I said, he plays a little crow boy going around collecting things, meeting family members and friends. I don't really know what else to say. It's fine. It's good. Whatever. A little short hike. I'm putting this, where should I put this one? Yeah, it's there. It's fine for its time. All right. Next up, we have A Little to the Left, and I put the other DLCs in this too because they're the two DLCs, which I forgot what they're called, Seeing Stars and something else, because it's basically all the same. This game is basically Brain Age for midwits. What made this game especially frustrating, and also the DLC, was that the early puzzles, it's a puzzle game, are fun little, pattern recognition games, or, sometimes satisfying little organization games. But the later stuff becomes less of that and more like fidgety bullshit. And, haha, I get it. I have to slide this, column of books or these batteries in this stack, a little to the left. I get it, right? But at least if you're going to do that, at least not have the controls be dog shit, imprecise nonsense. Because I can see that this needs to be straightened, 2 millimeters to the left or whatever. But like every time I click it, it sends it careening off to the right. So it's very frustrating on a controller. Maybe on PC it might be better with a mouse. I doubt it, but still. Some of the levels reminded me of the WarioWare games in a good way, but there's also some really obscure bullshit, like the fucking cardboard box level. Holy shit, is that tedious and annoying. But for like a puzzle little game, this is fun. There's one level I remember that's where you fix a broken vase, which I actually had to do as a little kid. So some of them are fun. They can be completed in a matter of seconds. Others might take you much longer. But again, the biggest problem with it is just the control, right? Sometimes the game requires extremely precise and really, the game requires extremely precise movements, but the control is very blocky simultaneously. And that because the cursor won't let you move something a millimeter. It blocks you from completing the task, right? And I understand that's probably a way to prevent players from brute forcing the puzzles, right? I'll just click everywhere and that'll fix it. But at the same time, it's like I know what the problem is, but the control is not responsive enough to let me implement the actual solution, right? I concede there were probably about a dozen or so puzzles I had to look at an answer guide to because they're beyond obtuse, honestly pretty subjective and just stupid. There's this stupid colored pencils one. It's like, do you want the colored pencils to be symmetrical or do you want them to mirror each other? Oh no, it's based on the shadow. Like it doesn't make sense. And we arbitrarily decided, when you make a constellation that's a cat, this glowing star wasn't the one you want. It becomes very esoteric and arbitrary at points and for seemingly no reason at all. But again, like I said, there are some puzzles that are fun. I remember trying to remember some of them, the ones that I did enjoy. Let's see here. I'm trying to remember. There's one where you organize like magazines or books based on their spines, and it creates like an image. It reminded me of like the old Nintendo Power magazines that, it'd be like Mario Yoshi or something. There's one where you make pizza with different toppings. That was cool. There's a toy box one. That's kind of all that I really remember. There's a jar of pickles too at some point, I think. I don't remember. Anyway, so without Game Pass, it's $15 for the base game, $6 for the first DLC, and these are what I paid for. They might have changed. $9, so $6 for the first DLC, $9 for the second DLC. So in all, that's about $30 for the whole ball of wax, and you have about 15 to 20 hours of content, maybe more or less, depending on whether or not you, like I did sometimes, just throw your hands up at some of the puzzles and just look at the answer, the solution. The game's artificially extended by what they call daily tidies, which attend achievements, maxing out completions at like 30 days consecutive and 100 days overall, which are just usually quick little puzzles that take you should be no more than 5 minutes. But I don't know. I guess what I'm saying, for that price, I just didn't really think it was all that interesting. It just felt like a mobile game on console that, you get, when people play like these Wordles and stuff, this was kind of that same caliber, albeit more or less text-based. So, whatever. It's pretty inoffensive. I didn't really dislike it. I didn't really like it either. I'm putting this in bottom of B tier. All right. Next up, we have Nobody Want to Die, the prequel to Everybody Wants to Live. This game demonstrates why you should always turn off motion blur, because it is absolutely sickening, even in the first few minutes of the game. The opening sequence has our protagonist James having both a flask of whiskey and a bottle of moonshine in his car, clearly hailing from the school of alcoholics don't run in my family, they drive. So you're kind of in good company at the start here, right? Problem is, then the game starts doing some things that started annoying me, right? The subtitles were riddled with spelling mistakes. I know it's kind of a pedantic thing, but it definitely bothers me when that happens more often than not. Or I should say, when it happens once or twice, whatever, it's forgivable. But when it's frequent, it's annoying. We're introduced to a murder mystery in the far future. I think it's sometime in like the 2300s. And the narrative starts off pretty strong, I have to say. And it's a gripping experience the first hour because the game introduces you to a somewhat stereotypical dystopian future and storyline. But you're given a variety of like these spy tools that, it's like a basic hand ray X device and like a rewind past restructure gizmo thing. So like, okay, I kind of like where this is going so far. And as the player, you feel kind of invested in trying to uncover what the mystery is. But then the game wants you to spend more time on focusing on the main character's past, which really just isn't that interesting. I'm sorry, but the whole, my dead wife thing is just so overplayed that if you're not going to do something different or novel with it, then just don't have it at the forefront of their narrative. So anyway, the game kind of just basically runs out of steam, I would say, about halfway through and just never really recovers from there. Yeah, I mean, I played through this storyline twice, and I was still confused about what exactly happened during the game, because there's several questions or plot threads that are just never given clear answers or resolutions, rather. I will say the game tries to make you care about the female buddy cop, who for the most part of the game just a disembodied voice. And so again, you're thinking about whether or not she's going to do an Atlas Frank Fontaine thing to you, but then you realize that aside from very specific instances where NCPs are the set pieces themselves, you don't actually see any NPCs in the game. And it's particularly jarring when we're told by the buddy cop, Sarah, if I remember her name correctly, and the radio that there's supposedly some large ongoing riot happening in the city, and yet we never actually see it or any indication of it. But anyway, you just realize that this is why you never see Sarah except during one sequence, is because it was for budget, right? And it's conveniently explained away in the narrative that she has to be a remote worker for reasons, right? Anyway, there's some uneven voice acting performance here, and then there's more occasions where the VA is either like too enthusiastic or not enough, and they're reading their lines about something happening during the game, and it just feels like the voice actors took just cold readings of whatever they were supposed to say. I will say that the script is pretty cleverly written overall. There isn't anything too cringe or weird except for maybe 2 or 3 lines here and there, but most of what James says is witty or sardonic or cynical, which is fitting given the theme of his character, which tracks and is good. The game certainly did retrofuturism a lot better than that piece of shit Cloudpunk did a couple of years ago. Wrapping it up here, the title of the game, aside from being a platitude, tells you both the theme and the story of the game. While I don't regret playing this, I don't think it really explored or presented any new perspectives or takes on the genre. And this one wasn't on Game Pass, so again, for $25, clocking in about 10 hours of content, it's fine, but in the end, I really wish the game had did a little bit more. I genuinely think the game actually has very rudimentary makings of what could have been like a good or interesting retro-futuristic cyberpunk game, but the problem is it's just hindered by basic gameplay, no gunplay or fighting whatsoever, and some pretentious dialogue every once in a while. But so again, not bad. Not substantial enough to warrant high mark though either. In some respects, it reminded me a lot of Close to the Sun, but replaced the time travel shit with a more overtly cyberpunk eternal life story that, again, has the elements to build something good, but just doesn't really ultimately do that. So, Nobody Wants to Die. Where do you go? You go right there. Yeah. Second playthrough I did was annoying. All right, Five Nights at Freddy's. I reviewed this one a couple years ago, and this one I replayed it. I replayed it because I watched the movie. I watched the movie on an airline at one point, so I felt like, yeah, I'll go back and try it. I've never been a FNAF Five Nights at Freddy's guy. I will say that it's not a bad game. It's just not my cup of tea. But I can't say it's anything particularly bad. For me, I'm putting this in the bottom of B because it's fine. But again, not my cup of tea. Okay. Asterigos, Curse of the Stars. Oh, sorry, I forgot my... Oh, shit, sorry. I need to get this stuff getting here closer. I had FNAF and Asterigos, Curse of the Stars. So the story of Asterigos is basically a Greek and Roman fanfic that was actually a lot more nuanced than I expected. It has backstabbing, betrayals, little tragedies here tossed in there. It also has some like Dark Soul vibes and gameplay without the fart huffing that's normally associated with the From Software games, so I'm cool with that. There's even like a Bloodborne inspiration with the knocking on doors, particularly in the Aigis Bazaar, I think it was, that explained sort of in a indirect fashion the goings-on of the plot. And I kind of like that style sometimes. And even someone gets fed to a lion at a later point in the game. So, I mean, it has like some dark shit going on, even if it's not at the forefront of the game. And otherwise the storyline is pretty simple. And I'm usually fine with that overall. But aside from the things I just mentioned, this one just didn't really I did not really find it to be super engaging after about roughly the midpoint or so. It's hard to qualify exactly what I'm saying, but it's interesting but not interesting enough, or maybe not. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the dialogue too also was just overbearing. It reminds me of like the early VG Cats, remember them, comics where, well, they were never funny, but they couldn't tell you the joke in like 5 panels, and here the characters can't succinctly or explain anything in like less than 5 paragraphs of dialogue. So it just becomes a chore, a real slog to read everything that they throw at you while trying to figure out what exactly the request is, right? Why are goblins everything but in appearance? They're humans otherwise. It makes no sense. Maybe there's some document in the game that explains why, but I can't be asked to search, hundreds of the documents to find out. But as for the gameplay itself, it's otherwise a pretty standard third-person RPG. Some abilities, like the dagger one, where where the daggers are tethered, and she throws the 2 tethered enemies together, were insanely overpowered because they would one-shot the enemies. There's variation in Hilda's, who's the main character, Hilda's setup or kit, right? Because she can wield a sword and board, daggers, a staff, whatever. But there's really not enough that's interesting enough to warrant experimentation beyond the first couple hours, because once you settle with a good one or invest into it, you're fine and you're locked in. So there is a lot of exploration in this one, and even if it's not super rewarding to explore, most of the time you are rewarded with maybe like a chest or something, but it really is the case that the maps are too damn large in most cases. And there's just, at the same time, a lot of vertical exploration, right? There's a lot of places where you'll climb up very high, especially more towards the latter half of the game, and then it becomes a game of just fall damage being a problem. There's too much of it. Basically, every climbable surface I had, there's this bug where she'll do like the mounting animation as if she's trying to climb, but she'll actually refuse to descend, meaning that the only way to descend in the game in a lot of cases was just became a stupid mini game of how much fall damage can I survive or take before I die, right? So, it was things like that were kind of annoying. I don't know what else really to say about it. There's about 30 hours of content, and I bought it at less than $30. I think it was like $28. So I don't see myself probably replaying this one. Also, remember the giant enemy crab meme from like 2009? Yeah, there's like a half dozen of them in this game. So I don't know. This is a very standard game. Fine. B tier. I'll put it there. Okay. Atlas Fallen, the Reign of Sands DLC. Well, for those of you who saw last year's stream, I had no kind words to basically say about Atlas Fallen because I did not like that game. I just said about Asterigos that, it's pretty basic and standard. And that's sometimes fine, right? That'll get you a B. But there's other times when it's so standard and boring and stupid that you get shit like Atlas Fallen. So Atlas Fallen I didn't like. This was basically like now the new definitive edition that the developers took like a year, almost to the day, I think, to release. And it had like an extra or couple missions or like some, I don't remember. I just not got the achievements out. I was done. Did not like it. Don't like Atlas Fallen. Don't like this upgrade DLC, whatever. For me, this is going bottom of DLC, sort of my DLC category. Not as bad as Trapped as Limbo, but yeah. So, okay. For now, it's kind of an older game revisiting. Here we got Spec Ops: The Line on Xbox 360. This is a cover shooter that the developers fucked up both the cover aspect of the game and the shooting. So what exactly is this piece of crap? I compare this to even something like Deus Ex Human Revolution, which was released a year before this shit, and I never had a problem in that game where Adam Jensen would pop out of cover unprompted, or was there any question of whether Adam was where he was going or what to do, he would do based on my button input. Here, the main character you control, the idiot Walker, will sometimes slide to the other sectional cover piece as intended, and other times he'll just stand up and get his ass shredded to incoming gunfire. And, this game has been mostly known for its, riveting storyline. Oh, wow, Walker becomes more and more unhinged and delusional as the game progresses. Gee, what gave that away? The fact that he starts in the beginning of the game killing terrorists going, Tango down, to, I want that fucker dead by the end of the game. Wow, that's so subtle. I never would have known that, right? The hardest difficulty in this, foobar difficulty, I get it's supposed to be foobar or super difficult. But here's the problem. It's awfully programmed because it's absurd. One of the worst things I probably have ever played that wasn't due to bugginess. Because there's problems with hit detection mostly. And the other thing I couldn't understand is like, with the storyline, the game wants to chastise you for killing civilians. The game makes that a required objective in order to progress. So why are you chastising me for that? How come I can't kill the civilians who throw rocks at the water truck in Chapter 10? Why not that, pretentious developers? If you're going to grandstand and moralize me about the decisions I make in a game, at least chastise me for one I took the option to. I took the option to become a war criminal, not the one that is required to actually complete the game. Sorry. So in terms of the gameplay itself, and you want to know how to know the hit detection is bullshit, is at least it's ass or is at least incomplete, please explain to me how I can take a AK-47, spray bullets into a giant glass window or ceiling no more than a few dozen yards away, and it doesn't break the ceiling or window or crack it at all. So please explain to me where exactly the bullets are going. Okay? You know, and then I've seen multiple enemies survive sticky grenades to their legs. You know, it was. And after dying so many times in this game, which you will certainly do during the if you try to undertake the foobar difficulty, they have the audacity to ask you, do you want to lower the difficulty? No. What I would like is the dog shit AI for my partners, Lugo and Adams, to stop diving on grenades, or for them to take cover when a dozen mobs or more, you know, of soldiers just bombard them. Like, why is that so hard? I died because of my part. I'll just say this, okay? I know this is unpopular, but this is how it is. I take it seriously when I rate these games, not because I have any influence on game sales like game outlets do. They don't give a fuck anyway, let alone a 12-year-old game, but I want to get it right and be accurate. And here, I just don't care how much game journos fawned over this and how much Le Ready ball washes this crap. This is a bad and unfun game, even when I put on my 2012 blinders. That this game should get a pass because, you know, just as BioShock was, you know, a critique of shooters in general, this one is for, you know, a critique of military shooters like Call of Duty, you know, that dominated the era. No, I'm not taking that. Unfun crap, stupid story. This is D tier. Fuck Spec Ops. All right, turning to more happy notions here, we have Cat Quest 3. I played Cat Quest 2 a few years ago and thought it was fine. This one is loaded with puns, pirate puns, and seafaring type puns. Some good, some bad, but basically it's similar to 2. I think I did like 2 more than this one. This one felt a little bit more staticky staticky both in the world and the story than in 2. 2, while hardly being an epic tale, had a little bit more political intrigue, as much as you can say for, you know, a baby RPG, if you could call it that. With the ongoing cats versus dog war. The pirate shit just doesn't fascinate me at all. I also just seem to recall there was more to do in 2 and less to do here, even if they were just mostly busy work fetch quests. That game was about 15 hours. This one was about the same, I want to say, if I recall. It's really underwhelming, though, that there didn't seem like there was much options and variety in armor, or I should say in usable armor or weapons, where it just seemed like the best stuff was usually pretty obvious. I think I remember taking on like a gold set or golden set or something, which, the armor increased the damage, I think, based on the amount of gold I had. So I just basically started hoarding all my currency without spending it. And by the end, I was one-shotting all trash and a couple shotting the bosses. So, I don't really know. I mean, there's a little bit of experimentation, I guess you could do with, mixing and matching, whether or not, like, whether you want to do some of the spells or some of the physical. I don't know. I'm really going at length about this. The game ends on a sequel baiting for the upcoming apocalypse, right? Get it? Huh? For, I guess, a Cat Quest 4. And so for about $20, I think it was $20 for, again, somewhere between 10 and 15 hours. It's the value's fine. It's inoffensive, not particularly great. It's whatever. It's okay. I'll put this one. Where do I want this one? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Next up, we have Visions of Mana. Finally, an RPG with a male protagonist focused on physical damage and a female love interest healer. Yeah. I will say that this steelbook doesn't show as great up on the camera, but the steelbook I think is really pretty. Looks really good. It's very gold. Shout out to my my good friend at the local GameStop, who's on more on one occasion has got me some good shit. So thank you very much. You know who you are. So the game starts. This is of the Mana series, of course, which is sort of a spin-off of the Final Fantasy series. Game starts with a kind of lame prologue, doing an in media res shit, doing another thing I hate, which is the stagger step, where you'll control a character, they'll move forward a couple feet or yards, and then boom, cutscene. And then you move forward a little bit, and then boom, cutscene, right? Game never relinquishes that after the prologue. It continues that. Immediately you're kind of introduced to what the story and the narrative is, and you get some NieR and Xenoblade vibes and Bravely Default vibes with the whole, love trying to change the state of the world, with some, like apocalyptic overtones. So it seems kind of interesting, at least to start with. Problem is, it just doesn't really elaborate much on it or do anything super interesting. We're introduced to Val. He's our main protagonist. His face is very feminine, and I don't like it. It's very uncanny valley shit going on. And it's like early on, there's like this anointing ceremony where you have a bunch of random villager NPCs in very basic generic garb, and you have Hina, Val's girlfriend, the interest love healer, getting picked to be the Alm, right? And it's like, oh, he doesn't know what's coming to his blonde waifu, does he? And so the game kind of plays with that for a little bit. So you play the game, it's, introductory RPG stuff, basically getting used to the system. Problem is that the game, as I was kind of alluding to earlier, has this weird presentation style overall, where it has real-time cutscenes mixed in with text scenes, and then there's still images, and it's disjointed, I guess is the word I would use to describe it. You start fighting some of the early bosses, which are basically mindless button mashers, so again, at first I'm thinking, okay, wow, the story honestly seems kind of cool, seems kind of interesting. You're trying to figure out what happened to each region of the world, as they're all kind of like elementally focused. And, as some of these societies succeeded or failed or to sacrifice the alms to the mana tree. And it just doesn't elaborate a whole lot of that. And then there's just some things you get some other people joining your parties, like Karina. Karina basically is entirely involved in progressing the plot. Val is just sort of along for the ride for almost most of the game, to be honest. Morley, who's like a cat, I don't even know what, he's some sort of beast man situation. You got to help him find the moon spear, and it's basically very visible, but he needed to help. I don't know. And then you start nitpicking the story. It doesn't make sense. We're told in a flashback he broke the city's hourglass, by crawling on it. Some 20-30 pound kid causes catastrophic damage to what was said to be like the city's engineering marvel. Hard to believe, right? At that point, the game takes huge tonal pacing and narrative shifts, starting I think like in chapter 3, if I remember correctly. And some stuff happens to Hal and mostly Hina, and it's like, how did you not see this coming? And the game kind of plays like as if like you're stupid, like, how did you not, you should have known that this was not going to happen, right? Orin, or whatever his name, chanting demonically is not a bad sign, right? But anyway, there's a lot, honestly, I could say more about the nuance of the story, but it's not really worth it. There's not much diversity in the classes that the characters can take, especially in comparison to something like the Bravely Default series. There's really each character only has basically two distinct classes besides the base class. They're all just basically palette swaps at that point. There's I'm trying to think of some other things. the game runs out of steam by the time the party reaches the mana tree. At that point, let's add another 8 to 10 hours of padding, fighting the stupid Benevodons or whatever they're called, with shitty mini dungeons that take too long. Fuck you, Wind Sanctum. And it just never really gets to a point where I thought it was really, really good. I'd said before, the combat ends up becoming a button mashing experience, which is really kind of boring. This game has this weird thing with items where you can have them consumed but not actually used. Like, you can you'll use the healing potion or whatever. You won't get the healing, but you got hit, and so I don't know, whatever. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that I could really say about this one. Here we go. Right. The end game does a lot of the let's copy paste the old bosses and zones and force the player to go through it again. I hate when games do that, and this one did that. There's a lot of invisible walls too for arbitrary reasons. I don't know what else. I did enjoy the epilogue. I'm always a sucker when any media shows you a time skip, and it's like where the young heroes now become the old man, or he's dead at this point, and the new generations have taken over. So that was kind of fun. There's some post-game stuff you can do, but that's not really interesting. This game did something really weird, which was near the end of the game just dumps, I'm not kidding, like 100 side quests that were previously unavailable, and mostly low level. And you're pretty starved when you were pretty starved for side quests during the earlier game, and maybe a dozen are offered. So I just don't know why it does stuff like that. But honestly, the game started off kind of okay. I did up to the mid game. I was still enjoying it, but by the time the game rolled around halfway or so, I was just exhausted. So for me, Visions of Mana is not particularly great. I'm putting this one in B tier, kind of lowish B tier here. Before NieR, I think NieR was a little better. So, well, whatever, it doesn't matter. So, okay. And now for something a little fun, we have Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, the definitive edition. Not the 3DO version, obviously, of course, but this is a game, one of the worst games of all time, made famous by the angry video game nerd, ported to modern consoles, and it's a point and click narrative visual novel sort of game. It's really more for fun. This is not even really a game, to be honest, but it was something I wanted to get to because of, again, like I said, its infamy. Limited Run Games, who's the one who produced the actual physical copies, they had a 6-minute intro movie at the start of this, which rebuts Whig history, which is extremely based, I might add. And they basically say that the point is life is a game, and this game is full of life. And while that doesn't necessarily address exactly the major shortcomings and failings of this game, what it means to say, it's a footnote, fun little footnote in history because of how bad it is, right? The gameplay sucks, but it is one of the funniest, if not the funniest game I think I've ever played, because it's so absurd, right? Modern audiences might be very offended by the stuff that takes place during this game, but I think it's funny as hell. Because again, what was passable in 1993 when it was originally out for the 3DO, would make the modern day Zoomer, or Gen Alpha, or just shit their pants with this how politically incorrect it is. But it was a fun little game to fuck around with for a couple hours. At one point, John, who's our plumber there, who is wearing a tie, I might add, he says something like, his love interest, Jane, says something like, well, we'll be together just as long as you're not a lawyer. And then he says, don't insult me, Jane, I'd rather be a plumber. It's like, that one personally hurts for obvious reasons, but this was a fun little thing to fuck around with because you knew how much of a joke it is, right? And how much of a bad game it isn't. So it doesn't take itself seriously. I enjoyed my time with it for a little bit. That said, it's still a game. I mean, I'm putting this in bottom of C tier. And that I'm going to put it above Kentucky Route Zero because the fact that it doesn't really take itself seriously. So, plumbers, don't wear ties. If you want a fun little thing to fuck around, and I was drinking, I think, pretty heavily when I was playing it, so I was laughing up a storm of how silly it is. So, yeah, yeah. Okay, next we have up Lollipop Chainsaw RePOP on the Xbox Series X. I think I've mentioned the original Lollipop Chainsaw at least a couple times in many different streams in the past. I liked Lollipop Chainsaw, the original, quite a bit. It was far from a perfect experience, but it was very fun, and it was a relic of its time, to be sure. So, needless to say, when I heard there was going to be a remaster, that's not a remake, it is a remaster of Lollipop Chainsaw, I was certainly excited so I could get back and playing this one. Well, unfortunately, the remake, this actual game itself, is kind of crappy. The technical aspects of the game were pretty bad when I played it. There have been some changes, largely for licensing issues, of course. The most obvious one is the fact that, because you see it the most, the loading screen art changed, which is now weird and amateurish, which I don't really get. Some of the references, as I kind of alluded to, they were dated in 2012 when this game came out, and I can only imagine that anyone who might play this who's under 25 years of age might not even get half of the jokes that the characters make. Again, the residual bugginess was still. There was a big patch that was released a week or so after the game had initially launched, and there was still so much residual bugginess. That bugginess including, enemies getting stuck in T-poses, missing audio files, missing dialogue files. One of the best and funniest parts of the game is when is the banter between Juliet and Nick, and Juliet says something like, "Nick, what's your favorite color?" And he goes, "Red. No, wait, blue." And she goes, "Oh, awesome. I love learning about you." He goes, "I fucked up. It's yellow," like a couple seconds later, right? For some reason, the "I fucked up, it's yellow" comment was just like not there. And there were other voice lines that were clearly missing. And so I did have no hard crashes on the flip side. So that's good, I guess. But I never thought I would say this about licensed music, but one of the biggest changes with the licensed music being removed is that I think the game actually lost a lot of its identity without the licensed music. Most notably, "Dead or Alive's You Spin Me Round," and the new music here that replaces the old is just soulless and forgettable, and it really lends credence to the whole game feeling very generic, ironically enough, despite the fact that I think its biggest strength was how unique it was, at least in 2012. I do enjoy, I was talking about voice lines and stuff, I do like how Juliet, I don't know if this was by choice, but she'll cheer completely wrong during the numbers, during the short little Nick segments where it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 9, 8, 10. I don't know if that was by design. I don't remember that being in the original game, but it was funny here. I was talking about, which game was it? I forgot which one, but there were actually mirrors in the game that reflect. They actually had this too, but I guess it's a lost art because, again, this is a game from 2012 initially. Let me see here. I'm trying to think what else. Cutscenes are not skippable, I think, so that's annoying if you actually want to do, multiple playthroughs, as I did to get, to 100% the game. Auto targeting with the chainsaw blaster just never seemed to ever work. It would just the reticule would just basically careen off to different sides. I don't know. It's funny. I did pop in the. Actually, hold on one sec. One other thing I will say about, because I keep mentioning 2012, is that it's kind of funny that Counterculture in 2012 was saying that Katy Perry music was bad. It was and still is. So you kind of have to look at it, the context through the era of what it represented. And I feel like I had that because I did play it in 2012. I think I actually played it on launch day, if I recall correctly. But after I did play this, I went back and I went in and I popped in the 360 version, and just to see how different the game was from the old game was from this new version, and the old version just straight up looked better. Even if it had that 2012 brown filter that plagued everything during that era, the combat felt heftier with more crunchy blows, which worked a lot better for when you play as a lean cheerleader than the more kind of like floaty and light-footed version that the remaster is. There's a lot of other things that were just unequivocally better in the 360 version. Juliet does a much more animated kiss on the chainsaw blaster during sparkle hunting, whereas in the remaster, a lot of the kind of more like detailed animations are removed, and here instead of kissing the chainsaw blaster, it's like she sniffs it. I don't know if this is like a effect of AI upscaling or something, but regardless of what it is, it's shittier in this version. There's a handful of other things, like enemies in different areas were removed. Everything just kind of feeling a little bit slower, especially the combined harvester scene with the now removed Dead or Alive track. It controlled in the 360 version. It was much faster in speed but harder to control, whereas in the remaster it was much slower, like a third of the speed but easier to control. And I just think maybe it was because, the publishers for the original game were the Warner Brothers, WB, and Kadokawa. Both being heavy hitters in the West and Japan, respectively. So maybe, some AAA oversight made the 2012 a better product. And maybe AAA studios aren't all that bad. But I will say, in closing with Lollipop Chainsaw, was that, RePOP specifically, was that the game was never amazing even back then, but it was fun and unique, which got it some style points with me in particular. And here what we have instead is just a very lackluster remaster that really, and unfortunately, kind of soured me on the nostalgia I had for the original. So I don't want to punish Lollipop Chainsaw inherently, because I concede it never was a masterpiece, but it could have been much better, and this remastering just really cheapened my experience. So for me, I'm probably putting RePOP. Where am I going to put RePOP? I'm going to put in B. I'm going to inflate it a little bit because, like I said, I am actually biased towards it because of the base game. But the rescaling really hurt, or the remastering really made it kind of crappy. So, yeah. Continuing on, we have the Shattered Space DLC for Starfield. I talked about Starfield in the previous game ranking stream, and with the DLC, I'm not sure if this was a console issue across Xbox or if it was a personal one to mine, but I had a lot of stuttering, almost unbearable amounts of stuttering. And it never let up in the 15 or so hours that I had with this DLC. The DLC, I said this in the previous game ranking stream, I felt like the House of Varun, which is the faction that this story or this DLC basically centralizes upon, was like cut content from the base game. And I feel like I've been correct, and I've been vindicated, because that's what basically happens here. It's pretty much entirely about the House of Varun, who were supposed to be these isolated, hermetic people, and yet here we are. And by the game's end, you could potentially rule them. Like I don't get it, but in terms of the game itself, the DLC itself, there were a lot of melee weapons, nothing really interesting, cool in terms of rifles or SMIGs, submachine guns, as I like to call them, SMIGs. There were a ton of these phantom type enemies that teleport, which is extremely annoying, sometimes behind you. Andrea, whatever her name was, who's the House Varun companion, you would think who's would have a lot to say here. No, she only has a few lines of import, and you think she would be much more actively involved with the plot, but no, she's not. She just has maybe one or two unique things that she says here or there. So again, it definitely feels like cut content, this DLC. I said as much during the last game ranking streams. Loading screens in Starfield are still long and annoying. I just was not invested in the narrative story at all. And as I explained in the last stream, like I said, because the gameplay and the gunplay isn't especially great, a story that doesn't carry the experience just makes the whole thing feel bleh. So, for me, pretty basically not that interesting DLC. Not horrible, but technical problems, boring, not annoying. Well, annoying, but not annoying as the Aegis DLC. So that's where that one goes. Okay. Next up, we have Epic Mickey Rebrushed. Right off the bat, I'll just say the mischievous version of Mickey is a lot cooler than modern Vicky or most renditions of Mickey Mouse. This game is kind of a celebration of Mickey Mouse's history, but also kind of lampoons it in a couple ways. It's actually really interesting that something like this was made in like 2010 or thereabouts. I can't remember exactly when this was made. Was it 2010? I think it was 2010-ish. Anyway, because something like this probably could not be made today with the aggression at which the Disney Corporation protects its trademark. But, I was intrigued about this way back when, but being on the Wii, I was like, maybe not. So anyway, the game is basically a platformer. There's some simple but creative puzzles tossed in here and there. The Wii segments that were there for the, with the Wii remote in terms of like targeting with the remote. They're really obvious, but with the modern control stick that this rebrushed version has, they work just fine. Jumping, being a platformer, could have absolutely been a little bit more precise. It's not great here. It's just because it's frustrating when you make a jump as Mickey, but for whatever reason, the hit detection or collision detection has you a pixel off and registers as a fall. I feel weird, it feels kind of unclean shilling for a video game made by, a $200 billion company. But to be honest with you, this is a legit platformer. I had a lot of fun with this. And I actually really liked the story with the push and pull of Mickey and between Mickey and Oswald, with Oswald the rabbit having a pretty reasonable and very human-like emotions for envying Mickey because Mickey stole his popularity and the limelight, quite frankly. So I had fun with it, and remember that before our collective dopamine receptors were hijacked by easy shit and cosmetic bullshit. Yeah. Anyway, the biggest complaint for me with this one was I don't think the game needed to really push for 2 full playthroughs. One is more than enough. The way you can kind of approach it is the evil paint thinner path is, you as Mickey dissolving the big bosses, and then the good hero path is the paint path where you like change their ways or whatever. But it was a good time. It was a little easy, not surprisingly. I mean, it's for kids, not for old men like me. But Epic Mickey was fun. Maybe a little repetitive too, but by the game's end, I was happy to have at least experienced this one. So, Epic Mickey Rebrushed, pretty solid. All things are out. So, and I am, like I said much earlier, I'm kind of partial to platformers, so I'm putting this one in top of B. I also had no technical problems with it. Not that is surprising. So, yes. All right. Next up, we have Gori, Cuddly, Carnage on Xbox Series X. I picked this one up because it was largely on a whim. I was influenced by a puff piece I read on one of the gaming websites that I read, so I didn't know what to fully expect with this one. And so I picked it up and bought it. The game opens with you playing as like this kind of semi-mutant cat protagonist riding a skate hoverboard with some, juvenile toilet humor tossed in, and pretty expansive movement controls. So, at first I'm on board. Like, I'm okay. I can see where this is going. This is kind of fun. At first blush, the game seemed to have everything I loved. Again, the mobility being honestly kind of reminiscent of Sunset Overdrive, with the silly post-apocalyptic thing going on, the cat being a protagonist, the enemies are toys, sort of, so on and so forth. The problem is that the rest of the game happened, and it never really recaptured the fun I had with the first 2 or 3 hours with the game, and it was hard to figure out, honestly, what the fuck I was supposed to do. The game tries to broadcast you when you're playing through the levels, go, here's this shiny thing, not the yellow paint stuff, which is, I should have talked about that, but the yellow paint stuff and like glowing shit. It's just that there was a lot of that art approach in the game, in the art direction rather. So it muddles all together, and it became too flashy, too saccharine, too bright and such. Again, fully appreciating that was the intention and the decision by the developers. But like I said, the rest of the game happens. The excessive swearing by Frank became unfunny after about 10 minutes, to be honest. Some of the boss fights, while they were pretty creative, there are these multi-phase platforming sequence that really were just kind of annoying, more than they were interesting. And it's honestly, I talked about, which game I was talking about the combos with? I can't remember. Mercenaries mode in Resident Evil. Similarly here, it's super frustrating and, in my opinion, frankly, bad game design when you build up like a huge combo and, everything's going well, you're killing enemies and stuff, and then the game basically ruins it for you. And here that was the game would pan the camera to some bullshit that it doesn't need to, like, oh, hey, look at this glowing weak spot, and you lose the combo that you worked so hard to build up. So, stuff like that really, really annoys me. You fight a lot of the enemies are unicorns and some variations of them. There's one which are seahorses. They have like this base. They cause this shield to protect other themselves as well as I think other enemies. And it basically you have to target them out first to kill the seahorses to get rid of the shield buff or whatever, debuff. No, buff. And so it kills the momentum of the game. Some of the later levels, like the factory one, were just patently unfun. And similarly, I mean, this game had the problem that Ukulele did, which is the levels are huge, sure, and they allow for a lot of exploration and, a good degree of movement and such. But the problem is that they're mostly empty, and there's very little to actually discover or enjoy. And so this game, like many of the combo-based games before it, is, I will say, like when you start off, you're barely able to hold like a 5-hit combo, but by the game's end, become a whiz at the combat, and you can pull off some pretty long strings of combos, and it feels kind of empowering and fun. For the story, it's pretty standard. There's a few moments of pulled heartstrings and what have you, but ultimately not much really special about this one. $25 I paid for this, I think, and for about 15 hours of gameplay. So value's a little better than average, even if there's not much replay value. But if you want to do score attack mode, challenge mode stuff, there's that. I'm not. So for me, ultimately, Gori was fine. I'll probably put this one somewhere around there. That's fine. Okay. Squirrel with a gun. So this game starts with a funny and interesting cutscene, but the introducing our character that we play, which is a squirrel, so that's pretty fun and unique. But the next 20 minutes after that just kind of suck as you try to escape the underground base, which happens to be filled with lava. Oh wow, what a surprise! it's clearly meant to be like an integrated tutorial, this like 20-minute segment or whatever, but I don't think it really works all that well, and actually probably loses players a bit because it's Squirrel versus platforms rather than Squirrel versus humans or agents, which is infinitely more engaging. But anyway, the game opens up once you get past that kind of stupid tutorial section and you reach the neighborhood and are given near freedom of the suburban area to collect golden acorns with, you know, some mini puzzles here and there, platforming sections especially. I will say that on console, the platforming sections, or at least with the controller, were very twitchy and precise, and I don't think should have been that. Even messing with some of the sensitivity settings, they just, you know, the squirrel just was too small to manipulate and to control in midair, and trying to do it with a control stick, even with a very very high sensitivity, just it was not good. And too many times, basically what this looked like was the squirrel would jump to or from a catwalk or to a pole and just careen a whole 60 degrees off. So yeah. In terms of like art direction and you know, the finer arts, we'll say the graphics were underwhelming, but it's silly to expect, you know, cutting edge GPU, you know, splitting techniques from such a small game. Music was okay to good. Some of it felt stock, like from 90s freeware games, but at the same time, you know, the game does feel like it kind of derives itself from its ancestry from those old freeware games. So maybe whatever. There's one vocal like rock track that plays during the boss battles that was really silly and kind of over the top, but it works well within the context of the game's overall silliness. In terms of length, this game is less than about 8 hours, and a full platinum isn't probably much more than that, if at all. So maybe 10 to 12 hours at most, at least for the base game. I think there might be the developers have a roadmap for more content updates, but you know, I bought this for $15. I think it's normally $20, but a lot of sales have it for $15. So this is one of those budget titles that, you know, you can complete in a night or two, and sometimes that's just really all you want. So truthfully, all in all, Squirrel with a Gun is it's a good game that does something a little different, and you don't really need to devote a whole lot of time to. So I'm actually going to toss Squirrel with a Gun into A tier, towards the bottom, but I did like Squirrel with a Gun. All right, next up we have, there we go. Shadows of the Damned, Hella Remastered. Now, like Lollipop, Chainsaw, RePOP, this is again in the Suda 51, the Suda 51 lineage, and I love the original Shadows of the Damned. So when, of course, I heard there was a remaster like Lollipop, I was very intrigued. And I think Shadows of the Damned was maybe a little bit older. Let's take a look here if I can find that real quick. I want to say Shadows of the Damned was like 2010. Shadows of the Damned. 2011. So it's a little bit older. But anyway, I'm all for playing these games that I thought were, back when I was especially the target age group for these games, I was happy to play in my older years. And this one still plays pretty damn well. Unlike RePOP, this is a solid remaster right here. You know, I don't think I had any problems with the port itself. Actually, I can't think of any problems I had with the port, to be honest. They even include some of the older bugs with the red gem exploits. So I mean, that's all cool and dandy. As for Shadows, I may have talked about it in past, but I'll just try to run down about the game itself. I love the little stories that get tossed in, like with the Stinky Crow. I like the story just in general. Kind of got a little bit of that, Dante's Inferno, the game vibe of rescuing your lover from the depths of hell, or from a demon king, whatever. So Shadows, I think, was the story itself is serviceable, not amazing, not great, but fine for what it is. the game itself back then, 2011, it clearly experimented with a lot of different play styles, which work reasonably well in the context of 2011. In 2024, maybe not so much. I mean, some of those are definitely a part of the pre-modern design, as I like to call it, which is, kind of a sin to commit these days. Most notably like with the crackable walls, which require like the sticky bombs chained together to open, which, of course, inexplicably don't work half the time, but, it is what it is. I think this game works best if you play it in little bursts rather than 1 or 2 marathons. I think in little doses, Shadows of the Dam is really, really fun. I feel like I just keep saying a bunch of platitudes, but I love Shadows of the Dam initially, and the remaster was just kind of more fun. And Shadows of the Dam just overall is extremely my shit. And I will say that even back then, it had better tank over-the-shoulder shooting style than a lot of shooters from that era did, even if the gunplay itself was rather basic. So Shadows of the Dam Hella Remastered was very, very good. I enjoyed it a lot. I'm putting an A tier. It's comparable. That's where it's going. So, yeah. Okay, next up we have Somerville. I was really interested in Somerville when it was announced, probably 3 or 4 years ago, but it slipped through my attention and I just never got around to it. But I did end up picking up this year, obviously, and for nearly $30 at that, and around the time it was leaving Game Pass, no less. But apparently this game was developed by 1 or 2 guys or something who were involved with development of Limbo and Inside. So you kind of know what to expect with one. Things are going to be kind of cutesy and colorful and colorful in the beginning half of the game. And then there's going to be some, precipitous moment where some crazy bullshit will happen. And suddenly, all that innocent, fun window dressing melts away and reveals the more unnerving or the attempts at horror, the horror aspects in the game. And, I mean this quite literally in some respects. Not unlike Planet of Lana, this one is War of the Worlds. The War of the Worlds, the game, but a little bit more tame and with, interestingly, some influences from the movie Signs. The whole subplot to the game is red versus blue, guest starring purple, which is, whatever. But, the yellow paint puzzles aren't exactly brainbusters either. Most of the other puzzles revolve around fluid dynamics and manipulating them. I did feel that the last half of the game the last act of the game was really overdrawn. For a game that's maybe 4 or 5 hours, it gets grating, right? And this is Somerville, kind of like Inside and Limbo, maybe a little bit less than Limbo in particular. This is just like a single serving narrative game that you finish, in a night, maybe 2 nights, and then kind of forget about forever. Very overpriced one at that, but it is what it is. Yeah. The dog's cool, though. I'll put this in bottom of B tier. Okay. Next up, we have Metaphor Refantasio. We have another. Oh, the hell was that? It's a disc. Another steelbook. Not as cool. I don't like this one as much. I don't like when the characters themselves are on the steelbooks. It's not as interesting to me. I like more like environmental, whatever. Anyway, I remember when this was. I really remember distinctly when this was announced. And I was a little turned off initially by the uneven character designs, despite knowing that was intentional. So immediately starting this game, I was reminded of Xenoblade, most interestingly, because, you have this diverse society of all these vaguely different humanoid races. You have the elves or whatever, and fairies, and, halflings or blah, 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 whatever else. But so taking part in traditional fantasy, it follows, but with more of like the video game spin on it. Anyway, it then starts devolving into reminding me of Xenoblade 3 with the manner in which the personas, or the archetypes as they're called in this game, they're these mechanized alter egos residing in the characters' hearts or whatever's, manifesting themselves, and that's what we have here. I've seen this game referred to as Atlus's magnum opus. There is some truth to that. There quite literally is, a class named Persona Master, another one named Soul Hacker, Devil Summoner, right? I mean, okay, whatever, fine. So anyway, I continue on early on in the game, and, what do I find? I mean, basically this is like a reskinned Persona 6. Might as well be called that, to be honest. I mean, it clearly uses the same tropes, the mechanism, and sequences that the Persona series does. I mean, you have more, show up in your dream like Igor does, with Academia serving as this game's Velvet Room. The awakening of the archetypes occurs after some sort of intense moment of emotion or whatever. And, any character that isn't at least average attractiveness is going to be an enemy. I mean, that's like a cardinal rule in JRPGs of any kind where ugly people don't matter. But, it follows, right? It follows very much that Atlus Persona formula. And also, real quick, in Academia, why did the library notes spoil what the archetypes and their evolutions are? I don't know, but it does. So, that's the first hour, 2-3 hours of the game, I'm thinking. And I get a little wary at first because there's also a ton of anime cutscenes. And then you get the classic hand-holding shit that Atlus loves to do in its RPGs. And, it's heavy on the, the Australian, Welsh accents, etc., Irish accents. And, I put hundreds of hours into the Xenoblade series games. So it's like that doesn't do anything for me anymore. But anyway, then the cracks not cracks, but then you start seeing some of the other influence, right? Stroll says something, oh, let's secure an infiltration route. Oh, where have I heard this before? Oh, there's a drunk scene, and there's a hot spring scene. Wow, these clearly aren't Persona recurring gags in the Persona series, right? Did you notice there's the piggy bank boss is like a divine relic later in the game, but anyway, I'm being very disjointed. So you progress through the game, and early on you're introduced to the first big boss monster named a human, and you're like, okay, what's going on here? We already had like a fourth wall breaking moment. So what's going on here? Oh, we're taking the Attack on Titan route with the human. Sure, why not? But the game continues on in typical JRPG affair. It has the bad habit of all the antagonists just telling you, well, even the minor and major antagonists explaining and divulging their motives and actions in excruciatingly criminal detail. And it's like, here we go. There's obviously a lot of red flagging and signal. I don't know what you call it, but you meet Grius early on, and his daughter you're supposed to care about. He's like, well, I'll be back tonight, he says to her. Yeah, right. And, Gallica's in there a lot. Gallica's talking, Gallica waifu. She's, her overly helpful nature seems fine, but Bravely Default taught me better than the Trust Fairies. But unfortunately, that doesn't play out in this game. But anyway, you go through a handful of dungeons. The first one, the cathedral, is just way too long. I get that they're not supposed to be necessarily completed in one visit, but you're usually capped for time, so yeah, you want to do that. Despite all the influences from Persona 5 Royal and Reload, I guess to a lesser extent, why did they not copy over the fact of like looting a chest and looting a chest and having like the character who wants to equip it say, hey, can I have that? Like, then I have to go back to the fucking menu, find them, select the equipment, select the party member, select the slot, then scroll through all the bullshit I've accumulated just to find the thing I just looted. It's really annoying. Like, why didn't on the flip side, the added feature of retry was great because it's seems so basic now in retrospect, and it's been in none of the other games with the exception of the Shin Megami Tensei, which I haven't played. But yeah. Anyway, what else can I say about a metaphor here? Social links in this game are followers. They've been truncated, which I think was a good design choice, in that your choices that you respond to them don't really matter. They reward a little bit extra mag, but it's entirely option. It doesn't actually affect the progress that you have with the followers. And there's 8 ranks as opposed to 10, so it's not as padded out for many of them. I'm very disjointed with this, sorry. So you get past the cathedral dungeon, you move into sort of the next half of the game. We're introduced to the tournament for the throne sequence. It seems really dumb. I love G Gundam, but the whole concept of like a tournament just seemed really dumb for a game like this, and I still maintain that. So we continue on with the dungeon running through the sandworm stuff and the castle sewer place, which was cliche, but the story is kind of cliche and fine. And we continue building the follower ranks, cool, whatever. The followers are mostly, actually, I would say, on average, on the better side. Some are definitely, of course, better than others or more interesting. It's interesting that they didn't choose to opt for any romance in this game, or at least not one-sided romance. At least 2 characters show affection towards the main character that you play, but you can't reciprocate, in other words. But it was on topic of that, like Hulkenberg, her character model has this like flat ass that is extremely distracting, and it's ironic because I'm assuming it was an effort to desexualize her, or at least not make her like full waifu bait. But her body just looks really weird because her legs basically become her back. And it's funny because at one point there's like this NPC who has this dialogue that's basically like, "Women be shopping," and it's funny as fuck that Atlas decided to put something like that in the game, but thought it necessary to censor Hulkenberg's ass. So I don't know. On the topic of the social links or the followers, I'll just say like some of them, like I said, are better than others. Brigida's turned out to be pretty good. Pretty brutal. We found out at one point that like a peaceful little Ujif village gets eradicated. You get a dying mother at one point. Stuff like that. Some of the other things like what's her name, Katharina, who really just feels like she was a cut party member, to be honest. Very odd choice for some of that stuff, but the music overall was good, highly derivative, not necessarily a bad thing. The Academia background song is basically Healing Winds, which, if you know, you know, and the Grand Trad BGM sounds like Airy Peak or whatever from NieR Replicant, the original NieR. But I can't say it was anything bad. Let me start wrapping this up for metaphor. Well, I did spend a lot of time on this one, so it does warrant a little bit more talking. Some little fun things I noticed is that talking to NPCs sometimes rewards you with a fun item. That's always great in RPGs, excuse me. There's some other nice little details like the hanging pots and pans in the Gauntlet Runner clamoring together when the Gauntlet Runner's in motion. Stuff like that was nice. I didn't like the sword skateboarding. It just didn't really fit with the feel of the game. It felt kind of silly, really. Some characters there's a death of one particular, I'll just say it, Joanna is executed. I was not expecting that. I was expecting some sort of Deus Ex Machina, which did not materialize, so that was fun to watch. An actual like consequence to the character, your team's actions. but I mean, the game still kind of devolves into, like I was talking about earlier with some of the Persona tropes, like, you know, Nuris has a penchant for the hooch. Hulkenberg has no palettes. You know, we get these multiple times throughout the course of the game, and it's just on the backdrop of what I thought was supposed to be a darker storyline. It kind of has like a tonal dissonance, and Gallica too with like the sandworm poop thing. It was not good. Not bad, but not very good either. The Dragon Temple was fucking horrible. Yeah, that killed a lot of my enthusiasm for the game. But I will say, after that, the Opera House sequence was the most fun I had with the game, because it was basically, Uno reverse card after Uno reverse card. And that entire month of September was really just like a roller coaster of emotions, with betrayals, backstabbing, learning more about the stories. So, it was really fun at that point. But the game kind of starts losing a little bit of its steam at that point, because it's the falling action at that point, right? And it's just not as interesting. So, that's how it goes sometimes. Some other things I wanted to say is about Metaphor was that the characters like Loveless and Rudolph, who are competitors during the Tournament of the Throne, that felt like cut content too. The game sets up to kind of building something up bigger, some sort of confrontation with them, but it never really happens. The final two dungeons are whatever. I did not like Skybound Avatar. That should have been the final dungeon in my opinion, but it wasn't. Yeah, I mean, it's a turn-based RPG, JRPG. I'm not sure I like living in a world where mini-bosses and bosses alike get 6 turns and can basically arbitrarily increase them even more, and use like Soul Scream or whatever. Now they got 12. And then in addition to having the additional turns they might get from, a critical striker exploiting a weakness, I don't know. It's just, I'm not sure. The press turn system is what I'm just not sure I'm a huge fan of it. And it's not bad, but I don't know if I really want to play another game about it. But anyway, long story short, I just kind of got burnt out towards the end of Metaphor, but I will say that for the rest of the game, and I put about 80 hours into it, I think, the rest of the game was pretty enjoyable. Even if it did, like I said, kind of tread a little bit into the silly Persona stuff. And I would have preferred, and this is the personal thing, again, I just would have personally preferred a little bit more embracing of the kind of the darker storyline that at least the game was hinting at in the first several hours of the game. But, I mean, it was a pretty solid game. Kind of expect that from Atlas, to be honest with you. And on the last note I'll say with the game is that I thought overall, though, the soundtrack, like I said, despite being a little bit derivative, was overall pretty fantastic, especially the orchestral and vocal songs. So Metaphor, pretty damn good. Some annoyances here and there, but standard affair with Atlas RPG. So I'll put this one probably right there. All right, so we're getting to the end here, and I promise that the last 5 will go pretty quickly, because they're not really even games that I'm going to rank per se. So, cheers! Thanks all y'all for staying around, if you're even still here, if anybody's actually watching. So, yeah. All right. Clock Tower Rewind. This is a port of an ancient game that was only released in Japan, of the Clock Tower series, of course. In this game, you play as a girl orphan who, along with her orphan sisters, are adopted by the owners of a huge mansion. And, of course, it takes place during the nighttime. So where's this going, do you ask yourself? Of course. Yeah. The concept on its face, I mean, let's be honest, is ridiculous. Some demon manlet with a massive pair of scissors and other demonic shit take place and throughout the game, and so it's up to you, controlling our protag, Jennifer Simpson, Jessica Simpson's brunette sister, to either escape by yourself, fucking over your orphan sisters, or dive into the depths of hell and try to save them. Not much to say about this one. It's a point and click, and even this enhanced port is buggy. So it's not bad for a couple playthroughs, but its age really shows. And as an over-the-hill millennial, I can confirm that many of these older games, especially from the 90s, not all, but a lot of them, were quite limited in scope. And the bad design from some of these games, either intentionally or inadvertently, added or padded the playtime on it. So, had you played this back in 1993, 1994, this might have been, no, this was 95, I think. This is 95. This might have been 30 hours. It's really only less than like 10 hours if you know what to do and where to go. But, what can you expect for these ancient games? There's not really a whole lot to say about them. Didn't hate my time with Clock Tower. It was fine just to get an idea of some of these older titles. So for me, not particularly great, not bad. I'm putting C tier. Okay, Scars Above. I don't know. Something about the cover art initially appealed to me many years ago. Not many years, a couple of years ago. It feels like with the ferns, like we have like a Turok vibe sort of going on. So that seems kind of interesting. Well, this is a third-person shooter, over-the-shoulder shooter with basic exploration and an ability tree. So, all right, that's fine. I can deal with that. I've played plenty of games like that, and honestly, I like most of the ones that I've played. Unfortunately, does every sci-fi game that comes out in the modern era need to have some sort of dumb forced acronym? Well, yes, they do. And here, SCAR is an acronym for something. I don't remember what, but it's something. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we have a first contact story here involving teleportation and some other sci-fi standard shit without too much rigmarole. So, okay, I can deal with that. Why do the seemingly not hostile aliens look like Prometheus? I don't know. They do, but whatever. But getting too much into this narrative and storyline is kind of pointless. What confused me the most about it is that not the DNA resurrection nonsense, which is a game mechanism in this game, but the reasoning and explanation for it. But rather the timeline. We're told by the apparition that Naya, her alien likeness, wanted to prevent the custodian, who's the big baddie, from destroying all the innocent Earthlings, but Kate, the main character that you play, and her crew only intercepted their ship, which is like the metahedron thing, shortly. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but sorry, let's get to the game itself. We're tossed into an alien world immediately as soon as we start. So automatically, I'm playing as a female, so we're getting sort of the Samus Aran, Metroid vibes from the whole woman versus planet and aliens thing. So again, good company to be with. And you know what's great about Dr. Kate Ward? Not unlike Samus, she's a female protagonist, but we're not reminded about it every 10 goddamn minutes, right? She kind of reminds me a lot of Jesse Faden from Control, where we have these women who are laser focused on the task at hand, and we're spared from the whole, well, if I was a man, this would be easy, stupid glass ceiling shit. So I'm extremely down for that. I'm extremely down for this. And even killing monster after monster and horror after horror in this game, Dr. Kate Ward, just diligently and platonically says, scan log number 47. Creature has an oversized mandible that paired with extreme exhaustion, suggesting it is a carnivore. Like that is very Samus Aran-y, or at least pre-other M Samus, and I'm like, awesome. That's great, cool. And even after defeating the final boss, she says, I have to insert the seed, so riddle, never mind. Unfortunately, the game isn't as technically impressive. I swear, whatever animation studio made Mass Effect Andromeda probably worked on this, because have a ton of uncanny valley shit going on where their lips will move, but their teeth won't. It's like, what is going on here? I can't do this anymore. I can't even really replicate it. But I mean, even Kate looks like the female protag from Andromeda. But anyway, for whatever reason, the game just throws you a lot of. The game's pretty hard in the beginning, right? And you really got to kind of do resource management, take each combat encounter pretty seriously and pretty carefully. But by the end of the game starts throwing it at you, all these collectibles that allow you to become an absolute powerhouse. And the final boss died in about like 30 seconds because I had all the ability points, right? So, I actually had to bump down the difficulty in the first hour or so of the game from normal to easy or whatever, because I was tired of being two-shot. But like many of these games, it's just one of those that we start off pretty helpless, but over the course of about 8 or so hours that you play, you become just a whiz at the combat, and literally nothing stands a chance against you at that point. And honestly, I do like when games do that, because you feel like you actually have a literal progression from the first few minutes to the ending minutes of the game, and that's always fun and good. So that said, Scars Above for me was only about 8 hours total. You might be able to bump that up to about 10 or 12 if you didn't really know what to do, but it's a short game is what I mean to say, and I'm okay with that as long as it doesn't feel rushed. And I didn't get that here, so felt perfectly fine for its length. Had it been another 4 or 5 hours, then yeah, I might have dropped this a full grade, because I said it would have said it's padded. But I love these games that they show and tell you what they need to do in the hours that they have you. And this was about $30, and I would say it has decent replayability. I'm going to give this one slightly higher marks than average. So for me, I'm bumping Scars Above into A tier. I'm actually going to put it a little bit above Persona 3 Reload. Just because I think this was a pretty tight game as the whole ball of wax that it was. So, yeah. Okay. The Ascent. I've had this on my backlog list basically ever since it was announced, and I think it was released in 2021, so probably a good maybe 5 or 6 years almost at this point. But I never got into it because I had seen that it had like a pretty buggy launch and just kind of dripped off my radar. But at any rate, I jumped into this one, seeing that it seemed like most of the bugginess had been resolved in the years since then. And I immediately was reminded of Weird West, albeit, of course, with a cyberpunk story and art rather than Old West, or even Weird West. But excuse me. I was like, okay, I like these isometrics. This is fun. I know people complain about it, but I like how you shoot. I love the aiming in the game using the control stick to do in the direction, right? Early on, I saw that one of the loading screens was interactive. You could control your character while he or she was going up an elevator. I was like, kind of pointless, but okay. It's minimal, but it's nice, okay. And then even early on, you get a pretty good dialogue and script. And even the mission descriptions, both pre and post completion, are well written. They're funny. Some of them are pretty witty. And I don't mean like stupid Reddit humor. Like, it's actually funny and not really punny. It's actually good. And continuing on after the first, the deep sink or whatever it's called, you end up getting into these larger, huge expansive environments that really kind of gave you the feeling of the dystopian cyberpunk feel that I think the game is really well known for and does very well. Some of them were definitely a little bit too large, especially the fact that the fast travel system is not great. But it was a lot of the areas were interesting, at least, right? Character creation's a little bit limited, but does it really matter? No. There's there's a surprising amount of customability in terms of like transmog of all things in a single player game. I don't get it, but whatever. That said, I mean, there were still some bugginess that I experienced during this game. Subtitle spelling errors I've talked about. NPCs spawning sometimes in multiple places. The mission marker periodically had a bad habit of fucking up or leading you to the wrong place. And it's especially annoying when you have to travel to like a new area and there's really no internal logic on how the different areas are or are not connected, aside from basically being vertically designed in most cases. I don't particularly enjoy killing civilians, but good lord, they do have a penchant for always running into the line of fire, which I thought is funny. And later on, a side character is comments on when you do that. But I had a lot of fun with the game, honestly, from basically beginning to end. Noticeably, the mega arachnoid or whatever was kind of the point at which there was a huge difficulty spike, and at that point, you really couldn't just do mindless shooting. You had to kind of actually build a set, or build your kit out and weapons in a way that could actually defeat the thing, because it was certainly a pain in the ass. And I really wish there was also kind of like I don't know if it's even still around, but like an escape rope type item, like from Pokemon, that allows you to warp out of dungeons, because some of those dungeons were pretty damn large, and it was annoying to have to get to the very deep end of them and having to then fight your way back out if there wasn't like an elevator or something to get out. But and I know there was a taxi option, but that doesn't really address what I'm talking about. But having played Cyberpunk, the DLC last year, it is funny to see like some of the recurring things that you see in cyberpunk media, which is really the language, right, and the jargon, like things like we're going to flatline him, or premium, and otherwise just I very much got the cyberpunk feel. In terms of the cyberpunk feel as well, I mean, there was an overabundance and excessive use of neon signs and just kind of honestly gauche advertisements here and there that are meant to be an eye strain, and trash and rubbish thrown everywhere. And the trash sometimes was even like not even just a texture, but an interactable like doodad that your character could like kick around. So I was like, cool, there's like minor details. So to me, that shows there's this love by the developers to like even focus on some of the minor important things. I can't really say much more about the detail and the world building that was put into it. I loved it a lot. There's dozens, if not hundreds, of unique little stores. There's a cafe called like the Salty Panda, a dive bar called the Passed Out. There's an outdoor gym, which I thought was pretty funny. And even if they don't have anything for the player to actually interact with or do there, they're still there, which makes the whole world feel like actually alive and very, very authentic. You'll run by NPCs chatting about inane things and others talking about the news, and the thing really is just kind of representative of how it is in the real world when if you walk by a restaurant or store or whatever, and you hear people talk about shit like that. There's multi-layered foregrounds, backgrounds, etc., with NPCs sort of sometimes just standing around, chatting, dancing, stumbling around drunk, throwing up, smoking, all the things that happen in real life. So I mean, I felt very immersed in the game, and so that was a big reason why I really loved the Ascent. I didn't realize for like 12 hours there was a dodge or an evade button, but it was fine. Whatever. The storyline, even looking kind of a little bit deeper than the story that it is, and I'm not going to even say a whole much about it, because I think the more, if you do play it, the more the less enjoyable it'll be. I like how it sort of uncovers itself, even if it does at some points go at a breakneck pace, but it is what it is. There's clearly a literally stratified society, being predictable in that, the indentured class hence the indents as they call them in the game, live or work in the deep sink, which is the very, very bottom, the trash sewer type areas. And then you kind of get the middle class with high street, merchant class, so to speak. And then you get, the level after that being the pinnacle, representing the elite. I mean, it's a little on the nose, obviously, but it works within the confines of the game. And so it was really enjoyable in that respect. So enjoyable to actually see something that lend credence to it. And the difficulty was good. There were definitely some, like I said, some difficulty spikes here and there. And I will say the end game did borderline on frustration. But, with enough determination, you will get it done. That's just how it is. The game is pretty forgiving with, even if you die, you still retain any of the experience you led up to that point. So if you go into, just bear with me, if you go into the final boss, you're supposed to be level, say 25, and you're 23, and you kill some of the trash mobs there, and now you're 23 and a half, and then you die, you're still 23 and a half when you respawn. So you don't have to necessarily go back and prepare. You can still plink away, even if it's banging your head against the wall. And I do like when games do that. But like I said, I really liked the Ascent, despite maybe me not showing as much as it, the tone of my voice. But I loved the Ascent a lot, and in some ways, I thought it was more fun than Weird West, which I've told you before. If some of you remember, I loved. So in the end, the Ascent, to me, I'm putting this actually in S tier because I thought it was fucking fantastic. I really wish I had played it a little bit sooner, but at the same time, what I played was a pretty finalized and polished product, which I may not have got if I had played it earlier. So it is what it is. I love it. The Ascent was an amazing game. All right, the Ascent DLC, not a whole much to say about this one. 3 or 4 hours extra of content with the side story that was not all that engaging, but whatever. The new area, the new map that it takes to is the Juggalo homeworld, the Dark Playground, I think it's called. Had some technical issues with this one. 2 hard crashes where I had 0 with the base game. I don't really know what to say. It was about, like I said, 3, 4, 5-ish hours. The main draw of this was the new samurai sword and the 2-handed hammer that, melee is pretty much trivialized in the base game, but here, those 2 weapons can basically utterly replace any guns that you might have, and just completely stomp the game. And doubly so if you use them in tandem with the lifesteal ability. So, I will say one other thing with this was I don't know if it's a pathing issue or a saving issue, but good Lord, some dying in this DLC especially sometimes put you so far back from the objective, or at least the progress you made on foot, that it was deflating, and it took you like another 2 minutes or 3 minutes to get there, and it was annoying. But still very good DLC overall. Not great, but pretty good. So that is that. All right, and in terms of the last new game-ish that I played this year is also the only Switch game that I played, which is Bayonetta Origins: Cereza and the Lost Demon. I wasn't a huge fan of the art direction when this game was announced, and it's one of the 2 major reasons I put off this game for so long. But I will say that the game did grow on me. I'm seeing a lot more in games these days. Metaphor actually had it too, where it's like the textures are not static. It's clearly meant to give viewers like a storybook impression, but I think it actually didn't work as well as in Metaphor as it did here. But anyway, we're introduced to Bayonetta in her youth, and she is, an orphan, and is taken in by her foster mother, who's named Morgana, warns about a nearby fairy forest, and I wonder what the connection is, where this is going. What confuses me about this game is that it's clearly meant to be like a lighthearted, maybe preteen game, but the Bayonetta games in general are all very mature, quite mature in some aspects. So who is really this game intended for. I don't know. I played with the Pro controller, but I imagine this was meant to be played with the Joy-Cons because, or maybe even co-op, because if that's even possible, because, you know, the left side controls Bayonetta and the right side controls Cheshire, or it might be vice versa. It doesn't matter, but each side controls one character and one character only. So there's a little bit of getting used to the controls for sure. And even by the game's end, you probably haven't mastered it, but it was still fine. A lot of the Bayonetta stuff that you've come to know and love is in here too. You get the portals. What are they called? Valheim or something. Here they're Tyrannog. Remember that, like the Mystic Knights of Tyr? No. Anyone? No. You know. So you do kind of get some of that. You don't get as much of the comboing in this as you did. Of course, actually, don't really get any comboing in this game, but that's fine. I guess it's meant to be a different game. It's meant to be a spinoff. You know, the story is pretty standard, basic. You know, Bayonetta ends up wandering into the fairy forest and, you know, destroy the 4 elemental cores. The suspicious boy orders, you know, rubbing his hands, you know, in a suspicious manner to make the fairy from Bravely Default and the entire plot of Golden Sun to blush. But, you know, she's just basically trying to find her way out throughout the entire game. And that's really kind of it. The music direction, specifically the little jingles that play upon a task completion or a treasure chest, clearly take inspiration from like what I've heard from like Breath of the Wild, which I'm not a big fan of, but whatever. The enemy design's a lot better. The fairies look a lot better. They're a big step up from whatever that garbage was in 3, but I won't say any more. The fairies are just cleaner. The designs are cleaner. They're kind of like bark, wood-like sprites with maybe some like insect and owl influences. I don't know. They all kind of look the same at the end, but it looks and works well enough. You know, honestly, my nitpicks with this game my biggest issues with this game are nitpicks. I tried to find things that to not like about the game, but it never really offended me all that much. I guess some of the things I could cite to are the controls are not the most responsive. For example, you'll try to change Cheshire's element, and it doesn't always during the heat of battle for some reason. There's also a puzzle artifact where Bayonetta is supposed to quite literally toss the Cheshire doll onto a higher ledge, and for whatever reason, you have to be like specifically in this specific step. Otherwise, like pixel perfect, otherwise it just won't register. Same thing with what I call like the tether or bungee vaults, where you have to like wait a split second for the game to actually prompt you to jump in order for it to register. They're annoying little quirks, nothing that I would say is too damaging against the game, but they are present there. By the 10th or 11th hour, the game starts to lose a little bit of steam, and then Affinity, of all things, right? The most basic angel appears as a boss and not a trash mob, and we're suddenly back to like mainline series territory, and it's like, okay, what's going on? Then we get Witch Time a little bit later, and it's like, oh, we're so fucking back. Even if the dodge button was also a little unresponsive, but you know, we end up getting some of this big payoff for some of the mainstays of Bayonetta towards the end, which was enjoyable. In the end, the game ends on kind of a bittersweet but good note, and that's basically the whole ball of wax for the game. There's a bevy of side quests, if you can even count them that. They just were pointless and honestly seemed like an afterthought. You know, can I have 10 of these baked gecko materials that you have 600 that you're not using? Sure, no problem, right? So I think this one was somewhere between like 12 and 15 hours, and I bought this one at a very steep discount, something like honestly $22, which I think is great value. The problem is that Nintendo is still asking for $60 for this, which I'm not keen on. because it's just uncharacteristic for a spin-off that feels like, you know, prior to the Switch, you know, this would have probably been on the 3DS or one of the handhelds, and that would have been marketed at $30, not being of the numbered series. But, you know, with the Switch, with Nintendo killing off the 3DS and their handheld line, and the Switch kind of cannibalizing both the handheld and console markets for their vertical. You know, I don't think this is worth $60 at all, but, you know, for less than $30, sure. So, Bayonetta Origins, Cereza and the Lost Demon. Also, that's one of like the longest titles I've ever heard in video games. Very, very solid, pretty good. Bottom A tier for me. All right, finally get to the end here. These last games here are just kind of something I wanted to briefly talk about each. Should be very short for most of these. Last year's game ranking stream, I mentioned that I would be playing a lot of 360 games with the 360 marketplace having closed in July. A lot of those DLCs are basically gone forever on the 360. So I wanted to finish up a lot of games that I hadn't gotten around to. And I did end up getting to play some of the other stuff. So none of this will be eligible, but I just want to at least talk about them because at least I think they're interesting. So I'll start with Splosion Man, you know, another hardcore platformer that it's hard, right? Hardcore is extremely challenging, and I think I spent one level early in World 3. I spent more time on that level than I did with any of the individual levels from Splosion Man, which I'll talk about in a moment, which is much harder. So I think one of those levels, I think I probably spent like 2, maybe 3 hours on, whereas even the hardest Splosion Man levels only took me about maybe a little bit over an hour. So whatever. Splosion Man bumps up the difficulty from Splosion Man. Hardcore is just insanely difficult. The levels are anywhere from 2 to 5 times longer than Mr. Splosion Man or Splosion Man, and holy shit, are some of them just absolutely infuriating. You know, the developers can argue about Beard Engine, and you know that's fine and dandy, but you know I'd rather have Unreal if Miss Splosion Man's fall animation didn't put her into helplessness when landing on a platform. You know, I'll fucking take Unreal over Beard Engine at that point. But, you know, her little quips are endearing. You know, I'm just a girl standing in front of a boy. You know, like they're endearing until you hear them about 1,000 times, and after that, it's just it's grating. But, you know, still a good game overall. BioShock 2. Woo! This one I just did for multiplayer boosting. I remember the multiplayer being very average in 2010, and part of that, it was from that era, from about like 2009 to maybe as late as like 2015, where like every big AAA title had to have some forced yet usually undercooked multiplayer or co-op mode tacked on, and that's more of the same here. I will say I met a lot of really good people, achievement hunters mostly, while grinding the multiplayer levels. And so, you know, that was fun. And interestingly, there's a pretty large Mexican and Central American community that still actively plays the multiplayer, which is just crazy and insane to me. But, you know, it is what it is. So, yeah. Okay. Dead Space. So, oops, let me do this. It's been a long time since I played the story of BioShock 2, but I remember not really liking it. So, anyway. Yeah, Dead Space 1. Dead Space 1 still holds up today. I replayed this on Impossible mode, which was anything but impossible, especially considering the amount of health pack the game throws at you, but and the frequent autosaves and the lack of permadeath. But the game's a lot shorter than I remember, because the whole game is less than 10 hours easily, especially if you're rushing like I was for Impossible mode. Anyway, you have to remember that this was released in 2008, and that was just an entirely different era for video games and really everything in general. And here we see some problems, and here we still see some problems imported from the previous era, the 6th era and previous, where there always had to be some big baddie as the final boss, no matter how shoehorned it was. And the last level itself is not bad, but it's certainly unfun because it's really tedious to have to pull the marker across railroad tracks, essentially while being ambushed every like 10-15 seconds by necromorphs, and in short order usually as well. But anyway, despite these minor issues, this game is still overall fun, which is certainly more for than what I can say about 3 here in a moment. I don't remember the horror elements being particularly amazing back then, but they're sufficient for a game like this. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I don't think I'll play the remake, but just want to talk about that. And finally, we have kind of a bad note to end on, but Dead Space 3, the game that killed the franchise. You know, this was just really an uneven and boring experience across the board. I remember being a huge disappointment back when I played it on release, and that has not changed some 11, 12 years later. Like I mentioned with BioShock 2, this was released in that era where, you know, there were a lot of things that AAA titles were doing, even if they were forced. And here that was microtransactions, grossly overrepresented in this game, especially from a developer like EA, or publisher, I guess, from EA. And it blatantly shows here. You know, you need resources to build weapons, blah, blah, blah. There's a universal ammunition system, whatever. And I will say, though, you know, it's kind of nostalgic to some degree to boot this up and see all that shit because, you know, at least they didn't couch it or hide it. They just said basically, you know, hey, plebe, give us your money for improving weapons. Whereas opposed to nowadays, the microtransactions are couched behind, you know, early access and cosmetics and whatever. So at least I appreciate the honesty that they had back then, sort of. But anyway, about the game itself, the story is a mess. I don't consider myself a feminist at all, but I do agree that the game treats Ellie as a prize to be won by either Isaac or Norton. And I think what was disappointing, especially about that, was she had a really good character arc in 2, but I can't really remember a whole lot from 2 because I platinumed it a long time ago. But anyway, so she's just kind of a shitty character in this one. This game, if you want to see everything, requires, I think, 4 playthroughs. I got through 2 back in 2013. I did another 2 here, and oh god, that was already way too much. But yeah, anyway, anything else I can say about this? I don't like weapon crafting just in general, and this game does that, and that's a major component of this game. And so, you know, it's not really fun to build. I mean, I get for some people it's fun to build some, like, you know, shotgun that has pushback and a slow effect, and also has a secondary machine gun fire. But to me, that's not fun. I'd rather just find like a cool, unique weapon, like in like New Vegas or the Fallout games do in general, because I'd rather have something unique. I don't know, but this game was bad. Really just boring, and like I said, killed the franchise. So yeah, whatever. But that brings us to the end here. So it took me quite a number of hours to get here, and I usually grossly underestimate how it is, but that's how it is. So I guess honestly, my game of the year is Metaphor. You know, I can't say it's undeserved, but you know, Metaphor was to me just all right. No, sorry, not just all right. It was good, pretty good, but nothing amazing. But you know, what else can we expect? I do recommend Metaphor to people who might want to play RPGs or are familiar with any of Atlas's stuff, especially Persona. But you know, it's definitely not for everyone. But I do think Metaphor was probably my game of the year here. So that's how it is sometimes. So that's that for the games. In closing, I always like to do a little bit of looking forward. Actually, let's look back before we look forward. What did I miss this year? Sonic. Let me move this here. Sonic X Shadow Generations, just ran out of time, didn't have time to play that. System Shock, I wanted to, again, ran out of time. And these are 2024 releases. Senua Saga Hellblade 2, I'll probably get to that someday, but right now it's not really high on my interest list. Another Crab's Treasure seemed really buggy, and I don't know if it was ever fixed. I wanted to get to A Quiet Place, or The Road Ahead, did not get to that one. I might get to that one this coming year. Some other things that were missing were, not missing, but Stalker 2, again, didn't get around to it. Older games not released from 2024 that I wanted to complete in 24 but did not were Lies of P. I mentioned that before. Truthfully, the more I see of that game, the less I like. So I don't know when I will get to that, if at all. Sonic Mania, I'm going to try to get to that one this year. I'm going to try to get a Sonic game in this year. We'll see how that goes. 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim. That was recommended by one of my good friends who's been in this stream before. If I didn't play Bayonetta, I would have gone that one. But extenuating circumstances kind of forced me to play certain games depending on... Doesn't matter. Anyway. Replaced is nowhere to be seen. I don't even know what happened to that game. Way to the Woods. I don't even know what happened to that game either. The developers just disappeared. That game was supposed to come out like 3 years ago now, I think. Sheesh. Whatever. So that was kind of looking backwards. Now let's kind of finish on looking forward here. Let me move my list here. Okay, what I'm looking towards here. So Ender Magnolia, Bloom in the Mist, that's the sequel to Ender Lilies, which I enjoyed a lot as a Gothic Metroidvania a couple years ago. Greedfall 2, I really liked the original Greedfall. Some of the videos I've seen with Greedfall 2 make me a little bit nervous because it looks like the combat style has changed a lot, and I'm not as privy to it as I want or might expect. Avowed, I'm going to wait. Admittedly, I do have a pre-order in for it. Not that you should ever pre-order games, but I might wait a couple weeks to see how, let it bake in the oven, so to speak, because I imagine that thing's going to be buggy as shit when it's released. Autumnfall, maybe. Expedition 33, possibly. If the Perfect Dark remake or whatever it's supposed to be, reboot, could come out, that could be interesting. Black Myth Wukong, if it comes out for Xbox, I'll definitely play it. Maybe I'll get to it if on PlayStation or PC, possibly. Wu Chang Fallen Feathers could be good. What I probably won't play, and I don't know if these are all 2025 releases, but Doom The Dark Ages, I feel like I'm burnt out on Doom at this point. Doom Eternal kind of soured me, and I don't know if I really want to go back, but we'll see. Definitely not Borderlands 4. I'm done with Borderlands after Borderlands 3. Never, ever playing Borderlands again. I don't know, is Witcher 4 coming out this year? I can't remember. I remember seeing the trailer, which was not gameplay, but it didn't grab me. I need to see some gameplay before I make a decision on that one, but that's just kind of where it stands today. So I don't have a whole lot else. It's looking like it's still early in the year, but it's looking like kind of a weaker year too. It's again, unfortunately, but that allows me to plink away at my backlog. So it is what it is. Oh, and of course the Atomic Heart DLCs. We have one coming in the end of January, and then the 4th, whenever the 4th comes out. I imagine it'll be summer or autumn, because it's usually about 6 to 8 months between dev time, I've noticed with them. So anyway, well, fans, folks, family, friends, everybody else, it's been a great one. It's been a long stream, as these normally are. I appreciate all of y'all for watching. Again, this is pre-recorded, so it's a little silly to me talking to nobody, but that's just how it goes sometimes. But we'll see if I do another ranking stream. in the future. I might have a little bit a different. I think I have some ideas about how I'm going to do a little bit differently. I'm definitely going to try to certainly get shorter on the cumulative time that I do this, but also some things to make it a little bit more interactive. And we'll see where that goes. No excuse to be lazy. I'll just say that much. So that's it. Yeah. I like to end kind of on a forced note, but I'm going to read something here, which I think will be a nice vibe to go into 2025 for me in terms of what I'm looking to play here in the beginning of the year. Here we go. Tales of dwarves and elves, or dragons and shining civilizations that reached for the heavens even as they fell. And now their return is upon us. With the memory of their struggle buried deep in their hearts, they will quietly watch over our world. Remember always that the forces of the world must be used as they were intended, that the power of light must never be used for dark, and that the true crystals reside in your heart. For you are the warrior who crossed the line. You are the bringer of light. Thanks for humoring me, y'all. All right. Thanks so much, everybody. Have a wonderful 2025. We will see you again. Not sure when, but I'm sure it'll be great. All right, everybody. Take care.